Good morning, everybody. Hello, my name is Emily G., and I'm Senior Vice President for Inclusive Growth here at the Center for American Progress. We are so honored to have you with us today to discuss one of the biggest challenges facing our nation, the housing crisis. The rising cost of housing has led to nearly 1/3 of all American households being cost burdened, and most voters believe the affordability of housing is getting worse in their community. Rising rent and home prices leaves families with less money for food, for education, and for retirement savings. Rising home prices also mean that economic growth and economic mobility are both hampered. Put simply, the root of the crisis is a shortage of housing. Housing production has lagged demand for over a decade, and to make up for that deficit, our country will need to invest millions in building millions of homes. But in conjunction with that monumental task, we must interrogate whether the housing that America has is suitable for our lives today. 35% of US housing stock was built before our country put a man on the moon. Think about that. And Americans' patterns of living are evolving. The share of multi-generational households is on the rise, and the aging of our population is ramping up pressure to build accessible housing. The COVID-19 pandemic has forever changed where and how we work. Online commerce has revolutionized retail, rendering once bustling commercial structures now vacant. And climate change demands that we retrofit and rethink how we build with extreme weather, resilience, and sustainability in mind. The state of American housing is also a mirror in which we see reflected the mistakes of the past. Misguided urban planning decisions that raise thriving neighborhoods and housing discrimination still manifests itself in persistent racial gaps in ownership and affordability, and as barriers to Black Americans' accrual of generational wealth. Housing is more than a roof over one's head. And so the housing crisis and this event today spans more than just housing prices. Your home determines what schools your kids attend, what jobs are within a feasible commute, and which people you interact with in your day-to-day life. Your home is intertwined with your quality of life, your sense of security, and your sense of settledness. So we titled today's event, Building the Future, because the challenge of building the 3 million units that America needs to meet demand is more than a question of supply constraints or physical structures. It's a question of how we will situate American families and American communities for a brighter future. Today, we're grateful to hear from experts and policymakers full of ideas and solutions for expanding the supply of homes and improving access to housing, including innovations at the state and local levels. We'll be talking about the need for environmentally sustainable housing and proximity to transit, how to design homes to support tight-knit communities and good jobs. We'll talk about innovations in building and land use and how to lower the cost of both rental and ownership. The housing crisis is a complex problem that has no one solution. It looks different in San Francisco than it does in Toledo or New Orleans or in Casper. For this multifaceted problem, we need to be open to adopting a multitude of policy solutions to bring cost relief and better homes to the diversity of places and communities in our nation. As a prime example of this kind of fresh, bold thinking that the housing crisis needs comes from our next speakers, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Tina Smith, who will be in conversation with CAP President and CEO Patrick Gaspard. With that, let's get the conversation started.
Good morning, everyone. How are we doing? It is wonderful to see standing room only in this room. I think that probably means that there are some important guests that have arrived this morning. It is such a pleasure to be able to join Senator Smith and Representative Ocasio-Cortez on the CAP stage to have this terribly important conversation about a crisis that we're faced with in America. And it is important to acknowledge it as a crisis. And when you acknowledge something as a crisis, it means that you have to act urgently and you have to act creatively. We conducted a poll just last week at CAP and discovered that 8 out of every 10 American voters believe that housing costs, housing pressure are creating tremendous economic anxiety, economic dislocation in the country by a margin of 2 to 1. They all agree that the government needs to have a more stepped up role in the business of housing. The good news for us is that government has been involved in housing for quite some time. We're now this year celebrating the 90th anniversary of the landmark 1934 Housing Act, which we doubled down on in America in 1954 with a housing act that led to hundreds of thousands of more public housing units being developed in this country. Regrettably, Senator, Congresswoman, since then, government has taken steps to restrict investments in public housing and has put an emphasis on single-family units, much to the detriment of Americans in rural, suburban, and urban dense pockets of this country. We have to do something about it. I was excited and inspired to see the op-ed written by the senator and the congresswoman that ran in yesterday's New York Times, where they laid up a number of examples, creative examples from throughout America and from other countries, of what we could do to resolve this challenge. So we're going to turn to them this morning to understand how they arrived at this creative partnership, what they see as the prospects for being able to make significant progress on this issue. And we may even tiptoe just a tiny little bit into the political landscape that we're in, which of course determines the policy outcomes that we're able to drive when we have a governing moment in front of us. So for both of you, I'd love to have a understanding of why housing, why this matters, why you have centered it in this make or break point in American democracy. I'll start with you first, Senator, and come to the Congresswoman. And Senator, when you talk about this, I'd love to hear you give us a deep understanding of an example of investments that have been made in St. Paul around this issue that perhaps has been a catalyst for you.
Well, great. Well, thank you so much, Patrick. And hello to all of you. It's fantastic to be here at CAP. And it's really Representative Ocasio-Cortez and I have been having so much fun working on this project and on this bill. So let me just give a little bit of a background about how I got here and how we came to work together. And then I'll talk a bit about St. Paul and kind of lessons learned from Minnesota's experience. So, I mean, really, honestly, for quite a few years, I've been working on housing policy in the Senate. And one of the big reasons is when I go around the state of Minnesota, whether I'm talking to families or local governments or businesses, they all tell me the same thing, which is that there's a significant and severe shortage of housing in my state. And that shortage is limiting opportunity for people. It is making it harder for businesses in small towns and rural communities in my state to recruit people to come and work there. And it became increasingly clear to me that the housing market in this country is just broken. It's not functioning as it should. And as you were alluding, Patrick, you know, for many years, we have severely disinvested in traditional public housing. And the results of that can be seen in the billions of dollars in backlog and the years-long waiting lines for people in public housing. We could talk about the stigmatization that's happened with public housing and what impact that has. And then on the other side, really not really even starting, but really exacerbated by the mortgage foreclosure crisis in 2028, we've just seen a complete, almost, collapse of housing construction in so many different parts of the country. And so I'm working on that, and I'm saying, like, the system is broken. We don't need a little tweak here or there, and have been working on bills in the Senate to try to address this and supporting some of the traditional tools that we've had in our toolbox, like low-income housing tax credit, those incentives. How can we expand home ownership? And then the beginning of the summer, I got a phone call from Representative Ocasio-Cortez, and she says, I've been working on this social housing bill, and I think it would be really interesting to partner on this. And I was so grateful to get that call because it opened up so many avenues for possibilities, and starting to be able to see how in the connection between your district and my state in terms of a tradition of cooperatives, of people, coming together to work together to solve problems, And a great example of that is what we see in the Rondo neighborhood of St. Paul. Let me just talk about that briefly. So Rondo is the largest traditionally, historically Black neighborhood in St. Paul, Minnesota. It was a vibrant, thriving, powerful economic driver in St. Paul until in the 1950s, the big interstate highway 94 went smack through, just bulldozed through the heart of that community. And it was devastating, devastating to the people who live there, devastating to the businesses that were there. And as a result of that, the community has continued to come together and has been working on how could they repair that damage. And I use that word repair very mindfully. And they're doing a lot of work around that. But one of the key pieces of work they're doing is establishing the Rondo Community Land Trust, which is a way of building and repairing homes in Rondo and creating a pathway to home ownership through kind of collective work. And it's a very exciting, and it's a great example of the things that our bill would empower when we get it passed.
Representative Ocasio-Cortez, same question to you. In the op-ed that ran yesterday, there was a photograph that accompanied the essay, and it's a photo of Co-op City. Those of us who are political activists and organizers from New York have probably knocked on the doors of all 15,000 units in Co-op City. Can you help our audience here and our audience online understand a little bit more about how Co-op City and Electchester ground your practice around housing and how you think about what's possible in the future?
Yeah, it's Co-op City is such a great place for us to start and have this conversation because it's rooted so much in the history of American housing policy. And Senator Smith and I, one of the things that we raised yesterday when we were unveiling the bill is that, like so many other areas, public education, healthcare, et cetera, the notion that we can afford the home that we live in, that it will feel stable, that it's not going to have runaway increases in rent or interest prices, et cetera, can feel almost radical compared to today's landscape of a winner-take-all, highest bidder type of housing market. But it's what so many people and what was normal in America and what so many people experienced up until quite recently. Co-op City is a direct result of New Deal housing investment policies that echo a lot of what we are trying to do now today and to revive. And one of the things that it resulted in is the construction of Co-op City, which is the largest housing cooperative in the world, right in the Bronx. And what's interesting about Co-op City in the Bronx is that it is a healthy and vibrant community with green spaces. It is one of the safest areas in that area of the Bronx. And it's a place where seniors can afford to age in place, where kids can go to schools. It has its own power plant. Its own power plant powers the local school. And on top of it all, in a time when 50% of all real estate purchases in Manhattan are going in all cash, when median rent is $4,000 in the island of Manhattan, you have residents of Co-op City that can pay all of their housing costs, utilities, et cetera, for $1,400 a month. And that is not, it's not free and it's not extortionate. It is a dignified, normal price of housing. And it's more and more what people are looking for today. And a lot of what Senator Smith and I were discussing about this is that the fact that we even have a housing market structured the way that it is, where you have a single mom of 2 kids that has to bid against BlackRock or an Airbnb investor in order to put a roof over her family's home is the problem. It is the problem. And so instead of subsidizing that structure, we should change the structure. And by investing in housing development authorities and allowing the kinds of housing and constructing and investing in the kinds of housing that are alternatives to that model, allowing there to be many different types of alternatives to fit everywhere from rural Minnesota to the South Bronx, we can actually develop and construct over 1 million housing units in this country that are primarily designed for housing as a right instead of as a commodity that should go to the highest bidder.
That's fantastic. Both of you have a mastery of details, and I promise that I'm going to give you an opportunity to get into the nuts and bolts of the bill that you're proposing. But before we do that, I just want to kind of address an elephant in the room. When we talk about public housing, both of you used the word stigma. We know there's a profound stigma. We know there's been disinvestment in public housing. Those of us who are familiar with Co-op City know that they've had lots of issues with capital budgets, the maintenance of the space. The tenants of Co-op City had to go on extended, protracted strike in order to turn it into a real and true cooperative. The circumstances are not dissimilar in St. Paul, as you described. How do we get over the stigma? Because both of you know that if we don't capture public political imagination around the thing, then we can never actually move policy. So how do we manage through that stigma? And then let's talk about social housing and your vision for that in a minute.
Yeah, well, I think this cuts a lot to the core of the political questions of our time, even especially in this moment. We've seen this in how public colleges were virtually tuition free, about how so many public goods were nearly free and available to the public. And we saw how in the direct aftermath of the Civil Rights Act and moving towards integration, that using and wielding racism and bigotry as a weapon, as we've seen, is the tool of how the ruling class dismantles public safety nets. And we saw this in New York City once our CUNY public colleges system became it was tuition free. And then once we started to engage in the racial integration of our tuition free public colleges, that's when tuitions were introduced. That's when we started to kind of have this, there goes the neighborhood approach to our public safety nets. And the same thing happened with public housing. When public housing was constructed, New York City is one of the largest landlords in all of New York City with our wide amount of public housing units, but it was largely occupied by a white population up until the 1950s and 1960s. And then once public housing started to become racially integrated, that became almost directly correlated with the disinvestment in public housing. It became stigmatized because that stigma came directly from a racialized stigma and weaponizing just a lot of deep-seated racism and bigotry. And once we started to have this rhetoric around welfare queens, around et cetera, this is a racialization and introduction of racial division for the explicit purposes of dismantling a safety net that benefits white, Black, Latino, Asian, Native Americans alike. And so I do think that this cuts a lot to the core of many of our problems today, our political problems and cultural problems today, but there's also a class integration element to it as well. The idea that public services are for the poor and the poor only, as opposed to something that benefits all of us. And something that I think is very exciting about expanding in social housing is that we know that when communities are also class integrated, social mobility across the country and our ability to be a socially mobile country skyrockets. And so having models like cooperatives, land trusts that allow for deeper racial and class integration is actually what strengthens these networks broadly. And we see that perfect example of that is Social Security, I'd say.
We do. And Senator, that's a perfect segue to you, because I think that Representative Ocasio-Cortez just tagged you when she brought in the notion of social housing. Can you help our audience understand what we mean by social housing? That is very unfamiliar in modern American politics, though, of course, it has its antecedents in the initial housing acts. We know that it's been successful in France, in the UK, in Austria. What do the two of you mean by social housing, and how is it that it is the centering tentpole in the Homes Act, which I think is a big freaking deal?
Well, so social housing is a new idea that's actually very old, and it's actually rooted in many of the traditions of Minnesota and really of our whole country. if you think about the housing market in this country today, we basically, as I was saying, we underfund traditional public housing, and then we outsource everything else to the private market. And then we incentivize them to build a few units of affordable housing by giving them big tax credits. What we do with social housing, we kind of turn that on its head, and we say that housing does not have to be only a profit-driven, maximizing profit-centered activity. If you truly believe that housing is a human right and that everybody has the right to a safe, secure, dignified place to live that gives them joy, that is something that everybody is worthy of, then what you start to think about is how you can devote public effort to achieving that goal. And that's what we do. What we do in the bill is we establish what is essentially a public bank that is funded initially by the public and then creates a revolving loan fund through Treasury. And we use that money to build housing that is permanently affordable. People who live in this housing might be very low income or low income people, or they might be working class people. Their rent is will never be more than 25% of their income. And they are, if their income goes up, their rent can go up. If their income goes down, their rent can go down. But they don't ever have to move because they earn their way out of the housing. And that creates the stability that you want to see. And it creates, as we were just saying, Representative Ocasio-Cortez was saying, it creates the class integrated housing that people that we know are good for people, good for kids, good for everybody. And then it empowers local organizations to manage and control this housing for the good of the whole. So that might be community land trusts like Rondo, or like the Roofs for Duluth in Duluth, Minnesota. It might be other cooperatives. It might be state or local government. But it's very driven by believing that people on the ground are going to know best what kind of housing is going to work in their community that will fit seamlessly into their community. The concept is one of integration. It's one of public ownership. It's one of putting the public good rather than profit at the center of this housing. And what it does is it will create basically another option for how housing works. There still will be a private market. The private market will continue. But in this way, folks will actually be able to have a say and an option for where they live. And as Alexander was saying,
dare we say a public option?
Yes, it's a public option. That is exactly right. And then it also gives us a way of competing against these, giant companies that are coming in, and a third of the home sales in this country were cash only sales in last year. So think about what that means. How can you compete against that? These are big companies that are coming in, buying up housing, often turning them into rentals that are poorly maintained, and it is destroying opportunity. And it does not have to be this way. This is a choice we're making. We need to make a different choice.
Thank you, Senator. I just love that we can draw these very, very poignant examples from vastly different states and different communities that have so many similarities. The same question to you, Representative Ocasio-Cortez, but I'm going to put a little pressure on you. The senator mentioned the 25%. I wonder why that's the magic threshold and what that represents for both of you in this bill. And she also said that when folks manage to graduate up the income ladder, that they won't necessarily be forced out of their social housing. Why is that important? What are the lessons that you've drawn from the past that informed that decision inside this bill?
Yes, no, it's one of the things that I find to be so fun about legislating, dare I say, is that when
Such a nerd.
Yeah, is that when it actually comes to bringing values to life and a vision of the world to life, when it comes to legislating, a lot of times it's like putting a puzzle together, and we have to answer very refined questions. We do need to answer, okay, why this amount of money? What is sustainable? How do we get to the proper mix that we're seeking? And I think for us, for that 25%, it is, what is the amount that we think, what is audacious, but also within striking distance of building a political coalition to get us to 218 votes in the House and 51 votes in the Senate. And also what can get us that mix of both deeply affordable, low-income families, middle-class families, in order to be able to have that integrated community. And so for us, that 25% is where we saw and where we felt that the 300 billion could bear the load, and we can get the mix of class and community integration that would garner public support. And so to me, I know that I feel very strongly that public goods are their strongest and most resilient in a policy sense and politically when they are integrated. That's why I believe that Medicare should be for all. That's why I believe that public and social housing should be as widely accessible, because like Social Security, once you get a taste of what this is like and that it's not for some other, but that it is for all of us, then everyone has a stake in ensuring that it is protected for all people. And so to me, I believe that those numbers are what get us to that mix. And I also believe that that being able to age in place, raise a family in the same place, not feel like you have to be removed from your community because of your social mobility is profoundly important. And this is especially so salient in the question of housing, because this is a community that you become a part of. And whether it's public housing or in co-ops or in nonprofit developed housing, I mean, one of the big crises that we have in New York City is that we have multi-generational New York families that feel like they're being priced out. And community is sacred. The ability to stay in the same place is sacred. And it's also just good for the country, for people to be able to walk outside and you have neighbors that have been there since you were a child. This is a big part of what the privatization of the housing market has actually taken from us. It is a culture of community, and it's a culture of continuity of community. And you know, New York City is, I think it's a great example, but neighborhoods, it is a norm now for so many people to move every 2 years. And it was not like that in the Bronx. It was not like that in Brooklyn. It was not like that in Queens. People are used to being raised in communities, and the privatization of our housing market is actually eroding our social fabric, which also then supercharges the potency of divisive tactics and other things that we see weaponized by the right in our politics.
I want to ask you both a question about that, about what it means to have social dislocation and some of the unintended consequences that come out of new legislation. I'll pluck an example from my experience overseas and ask you how you relate to it as you think about the architecture of your bill. First time I went into South Africa was during apartheid, towards the end of the apartheid period. I went with a delegation of civil rights leaders. We met with the ANC and others. And one of the things that they told us was, when we are in government, we're going to make sure that we're able to bring people who are disadvantaged closer to the centers of the economy. 25 years later, I'm back in the country serving as a diplomat, and I'm meeting with land use advocates who are saying, they show me a map of the country and they say, so this is all the growth that's occurred post-apartheid. You'll see that there was an attempt made to build 1 million new housing units, but there was also an attempt made to continue the contiguity of communities. And as a consequence, Black people, poor people are living further away from the centers of the economy than they were 25 years ago during apartheid, an unintended consequence of a policy. As we think about how building happens and the investments that you'd like to see occur as a consequence of the Homes Act, how do we avoid those kinds of consequences? We know that all building happens at the metropolitan periphery, which is further and further away from the centers of the economy. How will the Homes Act work to combat that challenge?
Well, this is such a great point, and it gets at something that's just the reality of our housing policy, is that there's such an interplay between local and state and federal policy in terms of where houses get built, how they get built, what that actually looks like. And I think it's just also important to keep in mind, as we were talking about this a minute ago, the legacy of segregation and redlining and racism that is so baked into how we do housing in this country that you almost don't even see it because it's just so present. So if you think about my hometown of Minneapolis, which is the progressive home of Hubert Humphrey and Walter Mondale and Paul Wellstone, and yet Minneapolis is one of the most segregated communities in the country. And it is one of the places where we have the greatest disparity between Black and white home ownership any place in the country. And that is because of how it didn't just happen that way. Our policies made that happen. One of the things that we do in our bill, one of the reasons for that is what local zoning looks like, okay? Local zoning was designed, inspired in a lot of ways by federal government policy to segregate and to make those people be living in a different part of the community than the regular white people. And so what we need to do is we need to change how local zoning works. And that's one of the reasons that we have in our bill so much emphasis and reliance on local entities like community land trusts and others who can do that building in that, inside communities where people can be close to their families and to their schools and to their jobs and not pushed out and isolated, which then leads to the kind of social isolation that is, I think, in some ways causing the mental health crisis, that in many ways causing the mental health crisis that we're seeing in our country today as people are disconnected from any sense of community. So if you think about what it looks like when you change local zoning so that you can build more houses, so that you can build different kinds of houses, you can build smaller houses or bigger houses, depending on what people in the community want. That's what Minneapolis has done with our zoning reforms. I'm very proud of that work. And it is already starting to bear fruit in terms of the number of units that are being built. But because we're still so reliant on the private market to do the work, we have yet still a long way to go. So I think that the opportunity with our bill to do the kind of construction and build the housing that's going to be where people want to be is really a big innovation in the bill.
Same question to you, Representative, but can I ask you to also bring in the question of climate and sustainability into it?
Yeah.
And mass public transit.
Absolutely. Well, to Senator Smith's point, the housing fight in this country, and I actually think this is a big reason why it hasn't been taken as head on historically as it needs to be, is because it is so integrated at different levels of government. This is an issue where your local mayor is just as, if not more, impactful in your day-to-day life and availability as the President of the United States. How they choose to zone, what decisions they make on what kinds of building are allowed where is enormously influential. And I think for any of us involved in local politics, we will see that a town hall around zoning or a bike lane can be just as, if not more controversial than almost any federal issue. I mean, I've had more people riled up, way more riled up about zoning town halls and bike lane town halls and drag queen story hour, like for sure. And so this is an issue where I believe we are approaching a political moment where people are so fed up and they're so at the brink when it comes to housing that this is now something that people are voting on, not in just a wonkish way, but in a very real way. And so I think that for us, what we can do is incentivize political courage with federal investment. And that's part of what we're doing in making sure that we invest in community land trusts, in public housing, in identifying the kinds of housing that we will boost, I think can help then make different decisions when, for example, the mayor of New York City has a public lease on land that's $1, whether we choose for that to go to a private developer or whether we choose to turn that into a community land trust, the amount of federal dollars that come in can help influence that decision. And on a climate level, this is enormously important because In the South Bronx, we have the highest childhood asthma rates, one of the highest childhood asthma rates in the country. And a lot of people associate, and rightly associate, much of the asthma rates that we have, yes, from our history of racialized infrastructure law with the Cross Bronx Expressway, with transit. But a lot of people don't know that one of the major exposure points of particulates and cancer causing and asthma causing agents is construction and the buildings that we live in. And what we see in public housing, what we see in many other forms of housing, is the older buildings that we live in, exposure to asbestos, exposure to particulates. This is a huge part of the environmental justice fights that we have in an urban area. A lot of times when I first got elected and we started talking about the Green New Deal, we'd be knocking on in the Bronx about it, and people were like, what do you care about mountains and polar bears for? Like, we are here in the South Bronx. And when we started to engage in a deep canvassing program and saying, listen, this is not just about the natural environment, but the built environment, the quality of the water that we drink and the air that we breathe, that's when it became very real for people. And so investments in clean construction technology are a big part of what is also an investment in our healthcare system. It is what is going to allow even increased educational outcomes that we're seeing right now. Like even with our movements and pushes to put HEPA filters in schools, we are seeing that the air quality that we operate and raise our families in have enormous effects and knock-on effects on public health writ large. And a huge part of that is where we're living.
Well, and can I just add,
Please.
this is so great. And in addition, when we make these cleaner, greener apartments, it's going to cost less. It's going to save us money because people's utility bills will be lower. And so that's a great benefit.
But here's the trick of it, Senator, and I'm really happy that Representative Ocasio-Cortez brought politics into this before I did, because I'm always accused of being the too political one. So cost, right? So I've been selfish. I have to open this up to the audience. But before I do that, I wonder if I can get both of you to just quickly address cost, sticker shock. The projected investment that's required here is half the annual budget of HUD, right? For instance, how do we pay for it? And how do you build a coalition that cuts across enough of the big tent in your party and just get enough support from the other party to be able to make significant progress on the journey towards the Home Act? Briefly, both of you, because I really do need to share alike here.
Well, so I think it's going to be a lot of work and it's going to take time, but we are on the side of what people want. And I think that I have seen in the Senate strong bipartisan support for going after the housing supply problem. And that I think gives us a doorway to walk through as we go about the work of building this coalition, and also causing people to say, as we've been saying, be a little bit audacious, be a little bit aspirational about what it is that we want to do. The other thing I would say just briefly is remind people how we are already subsidizing the housing market in this country. $30 billion a year, I believe, is the home mortgage interest deduction
It is
subsidy.
exactly $30 billion.
That we are, and I'm not saying I'm opposed to that, to be clear. I'm just saying we need to see it. What Fannie and Freddie do to guarantee home 30-year mortgages, that wouldn't happen without a federal guarantee. That's something like $130 billion. So we are already investing a huge amount in what is a public-private partnership for housing. We are just completely ignoring a gap that if we ignore, it's going to hurt our economy and it's going to hurt our families. So I think thinking about it in that way is the way to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also the incentivizing and seeing the diversity of kinds of housing models is a big part of what puts together a coalition for this. And that's the thing that I find so exciting about this, is that every place from Montana, Wyoming, Minnesota to New York City, Chicago, Los Angeles has already baked in models that have garnered public support, in many ways bipartisan public support, that are in not just desperate need, but there's enormous political support for expanding. And so I think that's the seed of it. To the senator's point, we already invest so much in housing, and then having our housing tied. The Fed just cut interest rates yesterday, but one of the most perverse aspects of our housing market is that when we are on our hardest times and need to be constructing housing the most to lower rents, that's when we are least financially incentivized. That's when it's most expensive to build and construction grinds to a halt. And so building an alternative that is not tied to the boom and bust economic cycles that people are subject to is actually going to be what allows us to break through and not be so beholden to whatever other gambling is happening on the stock market.
I'm so inspired by this boldness. Please, let's manage the Q&A.
We have two related questions, so I'll combine them. As we all know, the housing crisis and climate crisis are intertwined. How are you thinking about making homes affordable and climate resilient? And what role does social housing play in lowering energy bills through renewable energy?
Can I suggest that we take some in-house questions? I feel as if those questions, the senator and the representative have kind of addressed already. Would love to take some in-house if we can. We have to bring the mic around. Thanks.
Thank you, John Poulos, Autistic Self-Advocacy Network. I was hoping that you could speak to, with the newly introduced Homes Act, what steps will be taken for HDA constructed housing to ensure accessibility and ADA compliance, and then the newly acquired housing for those that are not already accessible or ADA compliant. What steps will be taken to
That's
make them compliant?
That's a great question. I'm going to collect two more, and we can only take three questions. I'm going to take one from here, and I know you have been incredibly patient, so we'll go to you quickly. If we could do that quickly. We have a question about ADA compliance. Second question, if you could stand up, your hand is up there, and then we'll take one last one and give our representatives a chance to answer and give a summation. That mic is not working.
There we go. Why not go after the mortgage interest deduction to fund social housing? Trump lowered that deduction, so why can't Democrats do it and get rid of it? Other countries do that, and they could potentially fund this.
ADA, somebody who wants us to have a good fight, and
Good morning, and thank you for all of the work that you all are doing. Matt Losak, Executive Director, Montgomery County Renters Alliance, and co-founder of Renters United Maryland.
We're excited to have you with us.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. There is a national narrative being dominated by building our way out of the housing crisis. But a lot of us who advocate for renters are concerned that it's become a substitute for renter protections such as just cause eviction protection, rent stabilization, and code enforcement. Do you believe that this national narrative, often driven by the rental housing industry, is an adequate substitute for those renter protections?
Ta-da.
Amazing. Love it.
We want to make sure not to make you late for votes, so we have a little bit of time.
Okay, well, let me just try to answer a couple of these questions as best I can. First of all, to your point, and Alexandria can talk about this so powerfully, we specifically in the bill have important tenant protections. I mean, this is very much a tenant's right bill in so many ways, so that we are not just and that's incredibly important because it gets at the point of like, who should be in charge? Who should be owning this? And I think that that is an essential part of the legislation and extremely important to keep in mind as we move forward. To your point about ADA compliance, this is also really important. And I think we could have called this bill the Homes for All Act, but it is in very much the spirit that everybody deserves a place where they can be safe and secure and have a place that works for them in their lives. And that very much has to be a part of what we're doing. Our bill includes money to deal with the deep backlog of maintenance issues that we have in traditional public housing. And I think that would also get to some of the issues too. And I don't want to leave you only with the mortgage deduction. Part of this is,
That was slick.
yeah, I know. Wasn't that was good. That's why. I I think that we should be very open to how we need to look at changing or making the mortgage interest deduction be more fair and be more equitable. We also have to look at how we build a big coalition to move this forward. And so those would be the things that would be in my mind as we contemplate what to do next.
Yeah. Perfect. You know, I associate myself with many of the comments of the senator. On the ADA piece, I think this is so deeply important, not just from a justice issue, but also from a healthy community issue. Healthy communities, in my view, are integrated. They're integrated generationally, they're integrated socially, culturally, and they are integrated by disability and inclusion of disabled Americans as well. And you know, it's funny there when we were having this fight around affordable housing, there were a lot of kind of conservative folks that are saying, oh, well, if you like affordable housing so much, why don't you build one in your neighborhood? And I said, okay. And so we secured an earmark for supportive housing development built by MCOR, which was originally founded by Black Panthers and members of Black Panthers in the mid 1900s. And we built supportive housing literally across the street. And I would wake up in the morning and go to my window and check on how the construction was. And we cut the ribbon on it last year. And one of the things that I love so much about supportive housing models and other kinds of nonprofit developed housing models is that it's not just physical infrastructure, which of course must accommodate everyone from seniors to pregnant women to people with permanent disabilities, but also that it has the social infrastructure around it, where we are actively and proactively integrating our communities. And so, you know, in the example of the supportive housing that we have, it's supportive housing for individuals that are in long-term substance recovery, but also we've built supportive housing for seniors where their kind of day programming overlaps with a childcare center also on site. And I think we see so many opportunities for that in terms of our programming and our social supports for our disabled communities that can be built into the structure of our housing. So that piece, I think it's extremely important, and the investments qualify for that. On the mortgage interest deduction piece, I think this is always something that always a fight that we have to have even amongst ourselves, or a discussion that we have amongst ourselves on the left, what from a policy and wonk perspective we want, and then also the brass tacks of building the political coalition. And it is a fight, you know, for us to have this conversation. But I do think that as our national conversation, education around housing goes on, this is what we had on zoning, right? And to your point on NIMBYism versus YIMBYism, I think it's a false choice because there are narratives that are pro-building that are straight from a lobbyist playbook. And it's like, yeah, let's build and let's have it subsidized just for the wealthiest people. And it's a handout to developers, but that doesn't mean we don't build. And as this conversation has gotten more and more public, I think the public has been more educated, and there is more nuance in our housing conversation, which has allowed bills like ours to be possible. And so, you know, when we start to have these fights, not just on the Hill, but we start taking these conversations more public and having a public discourse, then we're able to achieve and expand the Overton window of what is possible in housing policy. And to the tenant piece, tenant protections are at the core of this bill. You know, I grew up in a community of Banana Kelly and Mitchell Lama housing and tenants unions and radical tenant movements in New York City, which allowed things like rent stabilized housing, strong tenant protections, and the ability for tenants to take bad landlords to court, which is, I think, so critically important because we cannot allow housing to be one of the areas of exploitation and frankly extortion for tenants. And so tenant protections, I think, are vital, and expanding tenant protections are vital. I am in complete agreement on just cause eviction as well.
Could we have a better summation than that? I don't think so. Political imagination is a force multiplier. Political courage is contagious. Too often we spend time as spectators critiquing those on Capitol Hill and feeling as if they're just defending the status quo. We have to rally when folks are demonstrating imagination and courage in spades. Can we have a round of applause for these extraordinary leaders? Thank you so very much. What a way to start our housing summit. That was exceptional. So we have a full day of programming ahead. Right now, we're going to take the next step to bring up an incisive panel that will challenge us to think about abundance and the need to build more housing, period. There just aren't enough homes, and we need more of them. The federal government has been on the sidelines for far too long over the last 70 years, and it's time to get them back in the game, as Representative Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Smith just articulated. The next panel up is going to dive into how federal policy can influence zoning regulations to increase housing supply and incentivize sustainable private development and sustainable public development. So let me call up right now Jerusalem Demsas of The Atlantic to lead the conversation.
Right, I have an extra seat here for my notebook. All right, thank you all for being here. We just had a great conversation that we're following up on and hopefully getting into some of the policy details. What I'm hoping to kick off with is sort of an understanding of what the best federal tools currently are for engaging on increasing housing supply. So I'm hoping each of you can kind of go down the line, just give a brief introduction of yourself and your role, and then what that one tool that you would want the federal government to really be pushing for is.
Hi, everybody. My name is Elaine Weiss, and I'm the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Policy Development at HUD with the Office of PD&R, or Policy Development and Research. Sorry, used to speaking in acronyms here. I'm going to question the very premise of the question that there is one tool to get at our housing supply. This is a multifaceted issue that requires all sorts of tools, right? And there is not that one silver bullet solution to help us dig out of this hole that we have in, the shortage of housing that we have. And that's what HUD has really been focusing on, is providing a multitude of tools to help folks in their communities build that housing for all of their residents, low income, people in the middle who really need it. We've had new programs, we've been innovating, we've been looking at how we can improve our current programs, new financing. So I think that this isn't just a one size all solution. We need lots of solutions.
Good morning, everybody. Michael Newman, I'm General Counsel for the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety. We are a nonprofit, nonpartisan research institute located in Richburg, South Carolina, and we essentially crash test houses. We are able to recreate severe weather along the perils of wind, rain, hail, and wildfire. And then at full scale, we test residential and commercial structures. So we can figure out what fails and how to make it fail less. We then take that science and turn it into actionable steps homeowners, property owners can take to make their homes safer from the types of severe weather we're seeing with greater severity and greater frequency all over the country. We've kind of turned that into some programs. One is called Fortified, across the wind peril and hail peril. The other is called Wildfire Prepared. Name speaks for itself. So I agree with what Elaine said. There's no one size fits all silver bullet that's going to do this. And it's not going to be just at the federal level. Right? We heard in the last panel conversations about the mayor might be more relevant than the president of the United States when it comes to housing. So we do see things that need to happen at the federal, state, and local level. But if you're going to press, let me poke at Elaine a little bit, because I think HUD actually has the one tool I think that could be most useful, and that's requiring and incentivizing better building. Because as we think about U.S. housing policy, I would assert to you all that it's not just about getting people housed, it's keeping people housed. And a way to do that is to build in a way that is going to withstand all the knowable risks that we have, particularly from natural hazards. So HUD's made a number of really great steps with the Green and Resilient Retrofit Program. They've added mitigation measure requirements for a community development block grant, disaster recovery program. Those are all really important. But I would love to see, for every dollar spent and invested by HUD, that there be some tie back to building with enough resilience, with enough survivability of the structure, that we feel confident that the people who live in those homes, who live in those buildings, are going to be able to return home after a severe weather event and continue on with their lives.
Hi, Kristen Eberhard with Rewiring America. Rewiring America is a nonprofit founded around the insight that 42% of our emissions come from decisions made around the kitchen table. So that's, how we heat and cool our homes, how we heat our water, how we cook our food, how we get around. And so we can't meet our climate goals without electrifying everything in everyone's homes, which means that, like Elaine, I don't see a single silver bullet, but I think the unifying idea that we see is, as we are building new homes and as we're retrofitting our existing housing stock, to make sure we're doing it right and doing it for the long term. And doing that right means making sure that we are putting in efficient electric machines that are going to be good for your future electricity bills and for your current air pollution, both inside and out. And that will make our housing stock both more affordable right now as people are paying their bills, and more resilient in the long term as our energy systems start to change and natural gas becomes more expensive.
Hi, I'm Kevin Riley, Director of Policy for LIUNA, the Laborers International Union of North America. We represent union construction workers across the country. And I really appreciate, the inclusion of labor on this panel and the perspective, because it is of utmost important that in this conversation about job creation and building the housing out, that we don't get into a false choice between creating good jobs with good pay and then the cost of housing, because that has been what has kept this industry at a very low wage for a long time. We don't represent a lot of workers in the residential construction sector, and it shows in the nature of that labor market. But what we have seen is that if we want to bring up consistency across the board and use the housing policy to actually drive good jobs, just the way the administration is doing with its public investment on the public works side, then we need to be very intentional about how to unwind the particular labor market that exists now. And I really think that a lot of the intentionality is evident right now in thinking about how do we make sure there's some wage protections and worker protections in this largely unregulated section of the economy. And I think that's going to be the direction we're focused on.
You joined us late, but no, you're fine. But what we're going around and is just quickly introducing ourselves and then giving one federal action that you would really like to see take shape in order to increase the supply of housing.
Sure. Hi, my name is Bernard Fulton. I'm representing the National Multifamily Housing Council today. That's a trade group of owners, operators, developers, and vendors to the residential multifamily market, landlords in essence, and their allies and colleagues. The one big thing we have to do to address the affordable housing crisis is supply. You'd be amazed at how many hurdles are at the local, state, and federal level to building more housing. particularly multifamily housing. I represent the corporate guys, the beautiful guys, and neighborhoods all over across America still don't want to see us coming. We've got to remove those hurdles, lessen them as much as possible. That will increase supply dramatically, and we'd be able to meet people's need just for housing, but for housing they can afford.
So, Kristen, I want to come to you because I think that there is a lot happening in the environmental space that often feels at cross purposes, So you have environmental groups, the local, state, and national level working to figure out how to build housing in a dense, climate-friendly manner. And you also have at the local level environmental arguments and groups being, marshaled in order to oppose development. And there's this sense in a lot of these communities that I've reported across the country that environmentalism requires kind of a hostility to development, no matter the kind. And so how do you see that kind of debate taking shape, and how do we push that in a positive direction?
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate that that is sometimes the conversation, but I think there's a bigger conversation going on, which is that we need to do more. And I think both kind of, you see that in the housing community and in the environmental community and in the electrification community, which is we need more housing, we need more clean energy, we need more transmission lines. And that sort of abundance is how we get out of a lot of these messes. And so I want to bring the perspective that there's many cases in which building more is better, and building, new houses or retrofitting existing houses with electrification is going to be better for both the environment, because now you have less emissions coming from that housing stock, and for more affordable housing and supply.
And a lot of those regulations often are at the state and local level. I mean, there's a lot of focus on things like the National Environmental Policy Act here because people have federal, focus in their jobs in DC. But I mean, do you want to see reforms to state and local environmental legislation to make it easier to build these without the fear of lawsuits?
I think that making sure that we can build more is important, and what that looks like at the state and local level is going to, be different. But ensuring that there is a way that we can not be stuck with the amount of housing that we have now and the status that it's at now, and that we can actually expand beyond that is important.
I want to turn to HUD because I think that when I talk to affordable housing developers across the country, they often talk about the issues they have with layering different levels of financing, the different timelines that exist. You lose your financing because the bank has a different timeline than HUD will or whatever. How do we make that easier for affordable housing developers?
Yeah, that really is a challenge. And we've been doing work to see where we can streamline where we can. I think some good examples of that are our LIHTC pilot. We've made it that you could get the streamline review to ease the timeline. We changed our large loan threshold to, again, get that more standard review to, again, ease those burdens. But I'm going to say a lot of times this is really out of our hands. It's statutory. And this is how policy gets made, right? You have something written back in this year, you have another bill written in that year, and we're all trying to braid these different rules together that are written in statute that make it hard for us to be able to necessarily make changes, make reforms to make these things work better together. And so I think that that's something that, folks need to really think about how they go about asking for those sorts of changes.
And I'm glad you brought up this conflict with this perceived conflict with good jobs and building a lot of housing. There has been a lot of concern that, there are a lot of regulations, of course, and all regulations, whether they're valuable or not, they can increase cost to building or to development. How do you strike the best balance between ensuring that you have good jobs in the construction sector and not hampering what's already a very constrained, as you mentioned, labor supply?
Well, markets are built out of many human decisions. Like these are not forces of nature. And unfortunately, what I think has happened over the last 40 years is that we've built in the low cost of labor into the housing market as an assumption. And what that's done is it's forced wage pressures down to the bottom. On the supplies, on the home builder side, the new home builders, there's a concentration of those industries where 19 publicly traded housing companies build 50% of all new homes. The top 3 control 30%. That's an enormous amount of market power. And they regularly and consistently see 20+% gross margins. And yet the residential construction sector is the lowest paying of all the construction. There's reasons for that. Like the market has built in certain assumptions about private sector housing. And it is built in a forced pressure down on subcontractors. Even affordable housing has been very tough, but that's because of the designs of the program. The margins are super slim. We've spoken to developers who are very sympathetic, want good jobs, and the razor thin margins make it challenging. So how do you get to those margins? It pushes down the subcontractors at the bottom. And ultimately, what is the most elastic cost in there? Labor. So unless we build a hard floor in and really think about how to have accountability for what's going on the job sites, you're never going to see a market that encourages good jobs like we do in a public works environment.
But given that Americans are extremely concerned with the rising cost of housing and they, are not willing to bear increased costs, where do you want to see the reduction in those costs come from if you're seeing higher labor costs as a result of these policies?
Well, there is plenty of research, library research that shows that the labor costs are a small portion, first of all, of the total construction. And secondly, I think that you have to consider that the affordability metric is also coming out of the wage earner side. If we don't have broader, higher wages in the market, we don't actually solve the problem just on the cost side. So it's, again, a bit of a false narrative. There is also, of course, efficiencies that, yes, there is a growth in modular construction and other business practices that I think are worth pursuing, as long as they don't come at the cost of substituting good jobs for a lower wage job in a factory. There's a way to build a lot of that efficiency, and the industry is moving in that. There's a lot of technological changes always, but it's always going to be a labor-heavy industry, and so the entire framework of the costing has to change.
Michael, you brought up climate resiliency and in the insurance sector. We're seeing a sort of tension between programs that have tried to push people into homeownership and the areas where housing is cheaper have a higher likelihood of being at risk of floods, of other kinds of climate risk, wildfires. How should insurance policies change, and how should they be regulated differently from the, either federal, state side to still make sure people are protected, but still offer them opportunities in homeownership in those areas?
It's a great and thorny question. So for those who are not familiar with how insurance is regulated, it's not at the federal level. So there is no federal regulation of insurance. There are actually 56 different insurance markets with 56 different insurance regulators throughout the country. And I should add, the Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety, we're a nonprofit. We're fully funded by the property insurance industry. I don't speak for the insurance industry, but I can share some of my perspectives from talking to my members and what I've learned along the way. So going back to the pretty diverse set of regulatory environments that insurers are operating in, each one of those regulators approaches how they regulate insurance a little bit differently. So the market for insurance in California, very different from the market for insurance in Texas, very different from the market for insurance in Minnesota. That's all context and history. It is undoubtedly true that as we are trying to find more places to put housing, there are more and more housing units being put in high-risk areas, whether that is in coastal Louisiana, whether that is in Northern California. We see homes being built, whether it's multifamily or single-family residential structures, going in higher-risk areas. And that makes it all the more incumbent on us to build in a way that can withstand those risks. Now, the way insurance is regulated, there's a lot of concern right now about the price of insurance and the availability of insurance. So that's affordability and availability. Those things are often in tension because we see in some markets where the regulators have depressed prices through regulation, that's not allowing the insurers to get a risk adequate price. They're retracting a little bit. And so that's when you have those availability concerns. But then on the other side, if the risk is growing and we're building more in those high risk areas, then the price is going up and there's affordability concerns. So that's a constant tension. But within that context, the way we can help constrain the cost of insurance or reduce their cost of insurance, it's not regulation that masks the risk, it's investments that reduce the risk. And that's what we think is the most important thing we can do, is help make our homes, both new construction and existing homes. And I hope we'll get into a conversation about the importance of retrofits, because 99% of Americans live in homes that are already built. That's how we can help both reduce risk to make our homes safer and more durable and more survivable, but also to help reduce the cost of insurance and make it more available. Because insurers want to do business. They just want to do business that is going to make sense in their risk calculation.
And do you feel that encouraging density in areas that are known to be safe is a good tool for ensuring we don't get more building in these kind of outlying areas?
Sure. I don't have a very strong opinion on that. I do think that we have to be mindful of the risks when we're thinking about things like density. And here's an example. In the WUI, the wildland urban interface, that area where the built environment and the natural environment come together in areas of high wildfire risk, dense housing increases risk, because guess what housing is when the fire is coming? It's fuel. So we need to be really mindful of that. If we are going to build in high wildfire risk areas, and we are going to need to, I'm sure, then we need to use the science, use the solutions we know on how to reduce the risk of home ignitions to try to make those homes as safe as can be. And there may be some areas where the risk is so high, we ought not be building with density because it's just too risky.
To be clear, I mean density in infill locations so that people aren't sprawling into the wildlife, urban interface.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, if we're going to build with that type of density, with that type of infill, let's do it in areas where that doesn't itself present a risk.
Kevin, I want to come back to you and ask you about a question I think that is really difficult for this coalition, which is about immigration. And we saw in the Great Recession that the reduction of immigration really affected the construction workforce in and housing construction. But traditionally, that has been the workforce that has dominated in building the sufficient supply of housing that Americans have needed. Do you think that we need to think about our immigration policies as a tool to increase housing supply, or how do we make up for that shortfall?
Well, there's no doubt we've been very clear on this. Our general president's been very clear that we need comprehensive immigration reform. There's no doubt about that. And we saw very much, so my first position I had at Laborers was we were looking at researching in the home building industry, spent a lot of time in the Southwest. And that market during the boom time, 2006, 7, 8, yes, it was dominated by a lot of immigrant workers, many undocumented. But in fact, that exacerbated precisely what we were talking about, which is that those workers were at risk, and the wage abuses that were resulted from that insecurity were rampant. It was payroll, wage theft, workers getting hurt, given $200, drive them to the ER and say, thanks very much. We even talked to workers who were, again, very insecure, nonetheless walked off a job because they were arguing with the contractor over a week in 110 degrees in the desert, not getting enough water on the job site. He thought he had done enough because he gave them 2 gallons of water at the beginning of the day. So I think fundamentally, that is a very important part of not only the labor force, but also the quality of the labor market and what kind of jobs are getting created.
Bernard, I wanted to ask you about, we heard on an earlier panel this kind of tension with homeownership and renters. And, traditionally federal policy has really incentivized, homeownership and has provided a lot of financial benefits to homeownership. And that's often been there's at the relative expense of people who are choosing or have to rent for whatever reason. So what sorts of policies do need to exist to encourage or make it easier for renters, particularly who multifamily space is going to be dominated by renters?
This is an interesting question and something we're actually exploring now. First, let me apologize for being late. These issues are way too important to be late. I'm just happen to be moving very slow today and I've got the Advil to prove it, for injury's sake. But we are looking at some of those issues, for instance, financing. The Congress and the White House and the regulators are looking at federal home loan bank system and what can be done there. And one of the things we suggested is that while the Federal Home Loan Bank is designed to only use residential mortgages as collateral to get a FHFLB loan, maybe they ought to think more about giving preferences to multifamily housing, since multifamily housing tends to be smaller per yard and therefore cheaper and more accessible to the average American.
So, one thing that you brought up at the beginning of our conversation is this idea that there's tons of policies within HUD, and state and local government have to really be a part of that conversation. And there's been some talk about trying to condition better land use regulations on federal dollars with programs like the Community Development Block Grant, for instance, to require, if we're sending federal dollars to local governments to build better communities, then shouldn't that be conditioned on policies that are actually getting better value add, whether it's densification or it's class integration or it's making sure they're actually following through with AFFH guidelines? Like, what would you think about conditioning those kinds of dollars on those policies?
I think we have to be careful about conditioning certain things. Again, I think you get more bang for your buck when you're encouraging. And I think that's the approach we have really taken through certain programs like our Pathways for Reducing Obstacles to Housing program that is just new. We just announced a few months ago the first cohort of winners. We have, towns as small as, blanking out on the town name in Idaho, Bend, Oregon, to cities as large as New York, LA, who have won funding to use this money to look at what are their barriers to affordable housing development. Is it zoning? Is it their permitting processes? Is it an infrastructure issue? And I think it's that type of approach where you're bringing people along with you, that you're not necessarily taking this punitive approach to getting them to understand and buy into how can they best increase the supply in their communities. And of course, that involves, fully complying with the Fair Housing Act.
And Elaine, can you speak more about times where you've found that kind of cooperation can happen without a stick?
I think, yeah, you're seeing that now. I think, I will say that the amount of communities that applied for that program was incredible. People are hungry for this money. Communities are hungry for this money. It was so oversubscribed. We're very thankful that we got another $100 million in funding for that program. The NOFO, the Notice of Opportunity for Funding, it closes October 16th, excuse me. And we're really, I'm sure a lot of those cities and communities that didn't get the funding the first time are going to reapply. We're looking at other ways that we could help those communities that might, that didn't necessarily get an award. We want to really encourage this type of activity, because I think cities, communities, states, we've all gotten to this realization that we need more housing. I don't think anybody needs to be pushed there at this point, and it's providing them the tools that they need to really understand, okay, how do I, get myself out of this, crisis that we have in our community. It might not be that they're unwilling, it's that they just don't have the know-how, especially these smaller communities where you have people who wear lots of hats. They are, have limited capacity. And so that's what HUD has really been leaning into, is providing these tools, resources, technical assistance to help them, figure out how do we get ourselves out of this housing supply challenge.
And Kristen, I want to come to you because obviously most of us and most people in America live in homes that have already been lived in by other people. And so for new housing, electrification is a kind of an easier challenge. You can just either, whether it's mandating but also a lot of developers kind of opt into either an electric or a stove because it's just cheaper or things like that make it possible for electrification. But what sorts of programs are necessary to get electrification of older homes, particularly at a cost-effective level for homeowners who may not want to, spring for an induction or a heat pump on their own?
Yeah, first, I just want to emphasize what you said, that for new construction in almost every state, it is actually cheaper to build an all electric home that, only depends on one energy system, electricity, than to build one that depends on two energy systems, electricity plus gas, because you get all the savings from not having to install the gas hookups. So I just want to emphasize that point. But in terms of retrofits, we, with our partners, our Power Forward Communities partners, Enterprise, Habitat for Humanity, United Way, and LISC, we just got a GJRF grant, and we're going to be deploying $1.25 billion to retrofit low-income homes. And so I think, we and our partners are going to be doing a lot and learning from that and using those funds to catalyze other, private sector money to come in. We're going to be catalyzing a lot of contractor learning in those communities where we're going in, and those contractors will then be able to go out and more cost effectively retrofit other homes. So programs like that, where you're seeding some of the money, seeding some of the experience, and then helping folks spread that throughout their community. And I'll just say one other thing that we're working on is what we found is that there are a lot of programs, right? There's a lot of incentives from the federal government, state government, utilities. And so there's a lot of these incentives out there that people could take advantage of, but it's hard to navigate them. So you have to figure out well, what's my state incentive and what's my utility incentive? And, which district do I live in? So one thing that we have built is some software to just try and help bridge that gap to make it easier for people to navigate. So nearly 1 million people have come to our calculator to help them navigate state, local, and federal incentives. And then we also have a personal electrification planner where you can come, put in your actual address, and it will know some things, pre-fill some things about your housing stock to sort of help you navigate that. So I think as we spread these programs and just braiding some of our existing programs together, we'll get more impact.
Michael, I want to bring you in here because, you want to talk about retrofitting a bit here. So can you talk about, from your perspective, the sorts of policies you would see as compatible with getting retrofitting of existing stock?
Yeah, and I just want to foot stomp what you just said. Public investment can be an incredible catalyst for getting change at a broader scale. And make no mistake, we need change at a broader scale than there are federal, state, and local dollars to accomplish. So we need to find smart ways to deploy that public capital in ways that's going to catalyze investment from the private sector, investment from the philanthropic area, CDFIs. We need more grants. We need more revolving loan funds. We need more lines of financing that are available to individuals and to corporate entities so that we can do the necessary retrofits. Here's the stat that blew my mind. I was reminded of it recently. There's a 2020 study that says the equivalent of 1 month of annual new builds is destroyed by natural disasters every year. So we're just taking a whole month's worth of new construction of housing and throwing it away, throwing it right into the landfill. So we need to do things to make our homes more resilient that are already here, or else we're just kind of taking a few steps forward and then a whole bunch of steps back. So there are some very successful grant programs at the state level. Alabama is a leader, if you can believe it. Alabama is the leader when it comes to resilient housing. They have a program called Strengthen Alabama Homes, and it's a grant program. They give out $10,000 grants through the Department of Insurance to homeowners to get a fortified roof. That's our program for getting a more wind resilient roof on a home. So you get $10,000 grant to get that roof on the home. Here's the interesting thing, and the reason why I think these programs can be such good catalysts. The grant program only accounts for 17% of the fortified designations we have in the state of Alabama. We just hit the 50,000 mark for designations in Alabama alone. And the grant program is only 17%. The reason for that is the grant program is accompanied by strong building codes in Mobile County and Baldwin County. There's no statewide code in Alabama, but those two coastal counties have good codes. And there are price considerations for insurance in Alabama. So if you get a fortified designation, you get a discount. So there's an incentive there. And this is really the most critical part, because of these public investments in fortified, the workforce has become educated. The builders, the contractors, the developers, they know about fortified. Because of the building code in Baldwin and Mobile County, they're actually required to build to the equivalent of fortified. And so they've started doing it on their own elsewhere in the state. And that's how you see resilient take off. And just one final point, by the way, the insurance market in Alabama, remember there's 56 different insurance markets in the US. The insurance market in Alabama is healthy. And by healthy, I mean consumers have a choice. They're not stuck in the residual market, the wind pool. They're not stuck with whatever one insurer happens to be willing to sell insurance to them. They can go out and have choices and decide what's the best coverage for the best price. That's what, for us, really is the mark of a healthy insurance market. And we see that in Alabama in a way we don't see in some of its neighboring states. And it's because they've invested in resilience and because that resilience has been taken up by the private market.
And aren't other states now replicating the program?
Absolutely. So there are grant programs in Louisiana and North Carolina. Just in the last year plus, Minnesota, Oklahoma, and Kentucky have enacted grant programs that are going to be going into place, hopefully giving out grants later this year, early next year. And we're hearing there's strong interest from all over the country. I have to give a shout out to the National Association of Insurance Commissioners. That's a trade association for insurance regulators. They've really leaned in here and they work with IBHS, and we're working together to try to find smart policies that will advance the resilience of homes for both new construction, but really critically for existing homes all across the country. And one final note, wind risk is not a coastal issue. Wind is wind. That's what my scientist colleagues tell me all the time. So the hurricane force winds that we see in Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi is not terribly dissimilar from the winds we see from derechos in Iowa and the winds we see from tornadoes in Oklahoma and Missouri. And so we need to build with greater resilience all across our country. We shouldn't make the mistake of thinking this is just a coastal issue.
Well, this is such a breadth of experience and knowledge in this panel. We could talk for a long time, but we are going to open it up for questions now. You can feel free to direct your question at someone, or if you want to direct it largely at the panel, we can just tag team it for whoever wants to take it. But we have a mic over here. I don't know if we have any hands here.
Thank you. My question's for Mrs. Weiss. I understand the want to encourage municipalities through things like the PRO program to build more housing, but I work for a member in Connecticut where we see the highest income inequality in the nation, and we're filled with high opportunity suburbs that no amount of funding or new programs will convince them to build any more housing because the status quo works for them. What do you see the federal government's role in high opportunity suburbs like that when the carrot doesn't work?
I think that's where the Fair Housing Act comes in and the duty to affirmatively further fair housing.
I would also like to add that there are federal dollars that these communities do want, for instance, transportation dollars. It's probably time to start considering conditioning transportation dollars on their willingness to serve the entire community.
Hi, my name is Aiden Bassett. I'm a law student here in DC. My question is about zoning, and particular the comments that have been made about the mayor's more important than the president in many of these things. I'm curious for any of the panelists how much you think trying to centralize control of zoning at the state house level, so it's not quite so decentralized. Obviously, it's never going to be a fully federalized issue, but how much progress is available if we take it out of the hands of municipalities and invest more of it into state legislatures?
I will call on someone.
I would say it depends on the state.
Can you say more on that? Which states do you think are better?
Well, I just think that's a can of worms. The unintended consequences of the politics of making choices for localities for any elected official is ripe for all kinds of gamesmanship. And so I'm not sure that is the silver bullet solution. I understand exactly your thought on that, but I'm skeptical.
I think both Montana and California recently did actions that take away some local zoning power. I would like to see how those things turn out, and I look forward to see some studies on that.
And Elaine, I'm hoping you talk a little bit more about AFFH then for us, because there's been a lot of really good reporting, particularly Nicole Hannah-Jones did a seminal piece on how HUD has never enforced the Fair Housing Act. It does not really, it's not able to, whether it's from a capacity or because of the politics of it under different administrations, been able to really ensure. And when administrations switch over, often the rule changing means you have to start all over again. So how can we rely on that to really provide high opportunity suburbs the pressure to provide fair housing?
Yeah, no, that's hard. I think we saw that play out in the last few years with the previous administration pulling down the rule, and we've really had to start over in looking at the rule and making sure that it works, and we're hoping to get it out. But I think that that's always going to be a challenge.
Okay, we have a couple hands, I think.
Hi, so I'm Dylan from the Climate Action Campaign here in DC. My question is mostly for Ms. Eberhard. So as you know, energy efficiency standards at DOE have been sort of in the crosshairs of the House during most of the 118th Congress. We know that they are lowering costs for homeowners. I want to know, what are some possible alternatives to ensure energy efficient appliances and electrification in upcoming potentially hostile efficiency hostile administrations or the next Congress?
Sure. I mean, thankfully, there's a lot that states can do and are doing and want to do. So we're not completely dependent on those. But we also have, some of these programs that are already in place and already tied to either CEE standards or Energy Star standards that will not necessarily get rolled back even in the face of a hostile Congress. So that's good. And then just tying, like I said, there's a lot of existing, and we need more incentive programs. And those incentive programs, of course, can be tied to their own efficiency level. Even if the floor is not great, we can still make sure that we're bringing it up. And as we talked about, that can then catalyze as more people are purchasing that level of equipment because they're incentivized to do so, then the manufacturers are able to up their manufacturing of that level of equipment, which can bring down prices for the whole market, even if you don't have that good, floor forcing function from the federal government.
Our next question is from our online audience.
This question is from Chris Holmes from the Montana Arts Council. What is a practical way to limit corporations from buying up residences and converting to Airbnbs? This is one of the biggest obstacles for home purchases in Montana and is a huge factor in driving up housing prices.
Bernard, I don't know if you want to take that.
I actually have no idea how to do that, frankly. I tell you this, if we built more supply, there'd be less of a negative impact from those sorts of actions.
I think we saw one other hand up here. Yeah.
Just getting to your point, Michael, on the incentive in Alabama, it's a $10,000 incentive that's offered. How much does that offset the actual cost? And are there other programs, like are the insurance companies stepping in? So if it's $15,000 and a homeowner can't cover that $5,000, are there other programs in place where the insurance company is coming in and saying, we'll pick up that extra $5,000 because in the long run, that will save us money?
So you raise a good point. I think the price of the overall roof retrofit is going to depend on the size of the house, the style of the roof, et cetera. Insurers are not offering to pick up the remainder of the tab, to my knowledge. They are in Alabama required to provide a discount. And so that discount can help provide an ROI on the remaining piece. But you raise a really important point through a lens of accessibility to these programs. What do you do if you're a family, you get the grant, but you can't afford the remaining $2,000, $5,000, $6,000? And we know, right, that the 40% of American families can't afford an unexpected expense of $400, according to the Federal Reserve. So this goes back to my point of we need lots and lots of sources of capital in different forms. So I would encourage the CDFIs, the green banks, the providers of low cost loans to families all over the country to start thinking about how can they find ways to integrate into these grant programs to help cover that delta if it's out of reach for a family. I think there are actually some pilots that will soon be underway in a few different places that will be looking at how can you layer those things together, because it is a very real problem. And we want these grants to help not just those who have the capacity to cover the remaining costs, but those who can't.
Okay, we have time for one more question, I think, right back here.
Thank you. I work for an affordable housing developer, and one of our biggest issues is the cost of construction. And just the construction industry has had the lowest rates of productivity increases amongst every other industry out there over the last 100 years. So, what are the solutions to ameliorate that?
Yeah, I think hard question. I don't know, Bernard, Elaine, I don't know if you guys want to take that.
Can you just repeat the question? I'm sorry.
I think it's about how do we bring up construction productivity and lower construction costs?
Well, I will, look, when it comes to affordable housing, as soon as the taxpayer dollars involved, both members on the left and members on the right think this is their housing and they they are encouraged to do what they can to protect tenants and taxpayers. That's a noble goal. I would urge them to really think about whether that is necessary, because all of those regulations come with costs. I'm thinking of, that's right on the top of my head, is in terms of the voucher program and is inspection requirements. Now, everyone knows that there are only 2 million vouchers out there. That only represents about 20% of all the need. There are a whole bunch of people out in the private market, and HUD studies every year the private market, and you're probably all familiar with the worst case housing needs. The big number that comes out of that is the number of people who pay more than 50% of their income for rent. But they also track another number, how many people are living in substandard housing. The vast majority of the people who are facing worst case housing needs is because they can't afford rent. It's like 90 plus, 95%. The rest, the smaller number, is of people in substandard housing. Only about 5-6% of people are living in substandard housing in the private market. That means the local and state regulatory regime is protecting people from bad housing. That means the private market has learned how to provide decent housing. Do we really need another federal overlay of inspections to protect those people? It costs. It takes sometimes weeks, sometimes months to get someone into an apartment to wait for inspections. Inspections that have already happened, by the way, from the state and locals. That's not just lost income to the landlords, who I tell you will refuse to lose that income because they're trying to pay their bills too. That's lost subsidy to families. 2 months is a big deal. That pays for a lot of food, that pays for a lot of medication, that pays for a lot of clothes and school supplies. Is the marginal benefit of that extra subsidized housing inspection standards, regulations that just goes to subsidized housing, is it really worth it for the people you're ultimately trying to protect? I don't necessarily know the answer to that, but I think these are some of the things we have to start reconsidering.
Well, thank you to all of our panelists. This has been such an interesting discussion. Please join me in congratulating them and HUD and CAP for having this event.
Thank you so much, panel, for a wonderful conversation. I want to extend my gratitude, particularly to Jerusalem, for raising some really important and provocative questions here at CAP, as well as in her new book on the housing crisis. We're now going to take a 10-minute break, so I encourage you to get up and stretch, help yourself to refreshments out in the lobby, and we'll regroup for a couple more sessions on state and local government, our session on access, and our closing remarks from CFPB Director Rohit Chopra.
All right. Well, this is an exciting day. Housing is incredibly timely, and want to thank CAP for elevating the issue and convening this discussion. We just had a terrific morning of presentations and panel discussion, which we're continuing here today. My name's Hans Reamer, and I'm a former elected official nearby here in Maryland, in Montgomery County, which is a community that has at times been at the forefront of housing reform, and it in some ways has also been at the forefront of resistance to housing reform. So we kind of do it all there, and we're well represented today, as you'll be seeing in future panels. I no longer serve as an elected official. I'm now a consultant to the Department of Energy at the Loan Programs Office, working on clean energy projects. But in my last 4 years at the council, I served as the chair of the Housing Committee and had the chance to really delve into a pro-housing agenda in that work. And working in coalition with partners from many, many different sectors, was able to move the needle on a number of different reforms that we'll talk a little bit about. Today, we are joined by a great panel. We have, to my right, Dee Ross, and Dee is with the National Low Income Housing Coalition, and he leads a tenant leadership program there. We have Janine Lind on the far end there, and Janine is president of Enterprise Community Development, which is a nonprofit housing owner and operator with a big presence in the Mid-Atlantic, really important organization. And we have Thomas Silverstein, and Thomas is director of the Fair Housing and Community Development Project at the Leadership Conference for Civil Rights Under the Law. So you have different layers of the housing issue here, different experiences of the housing issue here. We have Thomas, who's doing a lot of policy work, and he's also in the courtroom working to advocate and defend civil rights on housing. We have Dee, who's going to share more about his experience working with tenants and moving the ball forward to protect the well-being, the quality of life of tenants. And we have Janine, who is managing housing, building housing, operating it, dealing with that challenging dynamic. So before we turn to introductory comments from our guests, the discussion so far has been exciting. Housing at the forefront of the economic policy agenda now, it's really ripe. And out in the world, we have local legislators who are breaking new ground and pushing up against barriers and proposing big, bold, visionary changes. We have state legislators who are realizing that they've been absent from housing for too long, and it's time to step up and show leadership and actually move the ball forward. We have creative federal policymaking. I'm really excited about, for example, the Biden-Harris administration's budget around public housing, which has a $40 billion fund to reinvent housing finance agencies and support creative new approaches. We heard today about an exciting new legislative strategy from our senator and member of Congress. Housing, as was mentioned earlier, is a topic where you have to have an all of the above strategy to make a difference. There's no one solution that's going to make a difference by itself. And we know that from Montgomery County, where we executed on legalizing accessory dwelling units. We did significant zoning reform and zoning liberalizations and upzoning. We provided tax abatements for high rises at Metro, transit-oriented development. We provided tax abatements for nonprofit developing and affordable housing development. We created a housing production fund that you're going to hear a little bit more about, but it is an inspiration for a lot of policymaking now, sometimes called a social housing fund. And we enacted significant tenant rights legislation as well. I think it's important to remember that the tenants are a key constituency here. And I like to reflect on how YIMBY, the national organization, was first founded as a group called BARF, as you probably know. It was the Bay Area Renters Federation. And it was renters in San Francisco
who were painfully aware that there was not enough housing choice, there were not enough housing options, and they were losing out in a market that was highly unfavorable to them, and that more supply had to be a part of the solution, and it was going to take organizing and political change to make that happen. And that spark has caught fire, and it's exciting to see it developing all to the point where here at the Center for American Progress, we're unveiling exciting new ideas today. So there are lots of interesting issues that we will get into, but we will start with our panelists who will share comments and thoughts, and then we'll have some prepared questions, and then we'll go to questions for the audience. So Dee, please introduce yourself and share some comments.
Yes, thank you for having me today, Kat. My name is Dee Ross. I am the Tenant Leader Fellow for the National Low Income Housing Coalition, which consists of engaging tenants and mobilizing tenants and bridging the gap between what's going on the local and state level to what's going on in the federal level. I am based out of Indianapolis, Indiana. I am a person with lived experiences. When I was a kid, I lived in a shelter from time to time. And when I became a young adult, I was unlawfully evicted. So I know what it's like to live in inhabitable living conditions and to be directly impacted the most. I am a big pillar and component and believer of that people with lived experiences and living experiences should be at the table. And you know the saying, if you're not at the table, then you're on the menu. And not just to come to the table to share their story, but to ultimately co-create solutions. And that's what we need to get to. So thanks for having me today.
Thank you, Dee. Tom.
Hi, everyone, and thank you to CAP for putting on this wonderful event. Tom Silverstein, I'm the Director of the Fair Housing and Community Development Project, the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. We work both inside and outside the courtroom to ensure that Black communities and other communities of color have the voice, opportunity, and power to make the promises of our democracy real. One of the things that I do in my work is I provide a lot of legal and policy technical support to grassroots community organizations and tenant unions as they seek to win material changes and rights for tenants through their campaigns, both at the local, state, and federal levels. And I'm really excited to get to dig into some of that work with y'all and share some of our experiences and the lessons we've learned from it.
Thank you, Tom. And Janine.
Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to be here with you, and thank you for joining us. And thanks to CAP for having us. As Han said, I'm the practitioner on the panel. I lead the community development organization within Enterprise Community Partners. We operate 14,000 units in the DMV area. We're the largest nonprofit in this area and the 6th largest in the country. Personally, I have been in the sector for 30 plus years across the country and have seen how more complex and difficult it is today to develop, to operate, and to provide the right level of wraparound services for the families that we serve. It doesn't matter where you are in the country. And it's worse today, our situation with the crisis, as was said this morning, of the lack of affordable housing. It is something that we need to prioritize and really address. At Enterprise, our work is still the same as it was when we were founded 40 plus years ago. We believe that housing is a basic human right and that it is a foundation for people to prosper, to be able to contribute to their communities. And when people from different social and economic backgrounds come together, they do create places of pride, power, and belonging. And it's really important that as a nation, we invest in that. So I'm looking forward to exploring this further with you.
Fantastic. Well, why don't we start in reverse order now? So Janine, the nonprofit housing sector is a crucial part of
the housing market. And there are so many different ways that you're able to tackle challenges and support residents and provide supply. Can you talk a little bit about the role of the sector in general and how to grow it? If you're a state legislator or a member of Congress thinking about how to support nonprofit housing and have it play a larger role, what might be involved? What kind of solutions should they be thinking about? Just talk to us a bit more about the sector.
Thank you. As someone who's worked for both in for-profit organizations within affordable housing as well as nonprofits, it's definitely more complicated being in a nonprofit. We're mission-driven, and nonprofits usually develop from like-minded people coming together with a purpose. And it's hard. Our accounting is more complicated. We ask more questions than if you're in a for-profit developer. You talk about, is what we're deciding to do equitable? Does it have a tax implication that we want to avoid? So there's more things that we have to focus on within the business. And our primary purpose is to do good and to support people and to find solutions. So it is more complicated. There is a solid network of nonprofit developers across the country. There are coalitions and organizations that support them, Enterprise being one of them. We provide technical assistance to other nonprofits to help them either with development, with capital solutions, even on how to operate and manage their properties. Some states in their QAPs are incentivizing nonprofits through additional points earnings, and we're still not seeing the nonprofits being awarded the projects. And part of that is that there's so much cost focus today. It's as you all are aware, costs have gone up to build properties. Construction costs have escalated. Operating costs are escalating. And as a nonprofit, we want to be fiscally responsible and do right by our tenants. And we want to make sure we have the right services in place. We build beautiful communities. And as a result, generally our operating expenses and to build is higher. We're not cutting our costs. We're not looking to make a profit. So there's certainly some additional things that states can do and local can do to work with nonprofits to help them build their business, because you do have to build a business. We still have to make a profit, but we reinvest that in our people, in our residents, and in building new communities and maintaining our assets.
Thank you so much. Tom, talk to us a bit about some of your work that you're engaged in now around the federal financing administrations and some of the protections you're looking to put into place.
Thank you. So as folks probably know, the ability to get major legislation to protect tenants through Congress in this day and age, there's no ability essentially, right? Congress is not functioning in such a way that we are able to protect renters in the way that we should through legislation. So during the Biden administration, there's been a major focus amongst organizing groups on trying to protect renters through executive action. And the need for this really heightened with the sorts of double-digit rent increases that we were starting to see, particularly in 2021 and into 2022. We obviously still see high rent increases in lots of the country, but there was a real surge in those rent increases in 2021 and 2022. So organizers and lawyers and policy experts working together, particularly through what was then called the Homes Guarantee Campaign, it is now called the Tenant Union Federation, identified the Federal Housing Finance Agency as a sort of critical intervention point for protecting renters. The Federal Housing Finance Agency was created in 2008 during the height of the foreclosure crisis to be the new regulator and conservator at that time of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, the two government-sponsored enterprises, or GSEs, which is a mouthful. The GSEs essentially provide the backbone of our secondary mortgage market. When Bank of America or Wells Fargo or whichever big bank, makes a mortgage, they don't necessarily keep that mortgage on their books. They often sell it on the secondary market. And Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are sort of the buyers of those mortgages. And that's true in the single family market, that's true in the multifamily market. And although multifamily loans that are backed by Fannie and Freddie are not a majority of where renters live, there are estimates that they're somewhere around 20% of the multifamily market. So if you think about that, that's millions of renter households who are living in properties with GSE-backed mortgages. And because of the new unique sort of regulator and conservator role of the Federal Housing Finance Agency with respect to Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, FHFA has a lot of power and discretion with respect to how Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac do their business, and in turn, what lenders are imposing on their landlord borrowers as a condition of getting financing. So organizers really focused on FHFA, and actually just about 2 months ago, FHFA announced that they were instituting 3 fairly modest, but a starting point, 3 tenant protections for new loans purchased by Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. And there was more policy detail from Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac that came out on those protections just last month. And here we're talking about things like a 30-day notice of rent increases, a 30-day notice of lease termination, a 5-day grace period before late fees are assessed. But the legal authority for those types of tenant protections being imposed on borrowers with Fannie and Freddie backed mortgages, it's the same legal authority that could be used to go farther in terms of protections like just cause, or even restrictions on egregious rent increases. And that's where a lot of the energy within the tenant organizing community continues to be focused on getting FHFA to take that next step to protect renters from these really high rent increases.
Thank you for that. I see clearly now what you're talking about, the legal strategy and how these possibilities are connected. Terrific. Dee, share with us what you're working towards and what some of the key initiatives are that you're hoping to accomplish.
Yeah, thank you. Well, although we need a huge supply of housing right now, we also have to acknowledge that affordable housing is just not affordable anymore. If you think about the average cost of rent in America is $2,000, and in most landlords and property owners acquire you to provide 3 times the amount before you move in. So that means you have to make $6,000 a month on average. And if you multiply that by 12 for the year, that's $72,000. And the average the average wage of low income renters in America is between $25,000 to $32,000. That's almost a $40,000 difference. The math is just not mathing. And people are being priced out of their homes because the rent is too high and the interest rate is just outrageous. And so one of the things that we're pushing for is with TUF and with the National Housing Law Project is a national tenant bill of rights to strengthen tenant protections, to strengthen enforcement of tenant rights across America. It's a huge gap, a huge issue on the state and local level that we got to continue to bridge the gap and make things affordable again and more reasonable. I had a house fire 3 years ago, and when I had the house fire, I bought the house for $70,000, but to rebuild the home in the middle of a pandemic, the first estimate I got back was $550,000. And so the cost of living is costing people the inability to live. It is increasing. So my solution is, if we're going to increase the cost of living, then we need to increase the wages across the board and make sure that when we are building more housing, that people who are disproportionately impacted the most are not discriminated and have access to the right appropriate lending and the appropriate resources as any other community.
Thank you. That is a tough time to have faced that kind of catastrophe. I mean, yeah, can't imagine a worse time. I'm sorry that happened to you. Um, I like your call out for a national tenant bill of rights, and there's a lot you can do there. I mean, these provisions that you're talking about, Tom, 30-day notice of rent increase, that's pretty modest, right? I mean, what landlord wouldn't provide a 30-day notice of rent increase? I mean, they should do that. We can do better than that even. Again, we passed a tenant bill of rights in Montgomery County. It's part of the suite of tools. It's not just upzoning, although upzoning is essential. It's not just more supply. It's also housing quality. It's ensuring that when you have housing, it's good quality housing that you'd want to live in. These are all related, and they're part of the mosaic you have to put together to tackle this issue.
Absolutely. Housing is healthcare. And we have to start looking at housing as the foundation to everything, from the social determinants of health. Everything intertwines with housing. You cannot have adequate food without housing. You cannot have adequate shelter. Clothing without housing. There's so many different things that you got to be able to have quality housing in order to thrive and not be in survival mode.
Janine, talk to us a bit about how, as communities change, new infrastructure comes in, communities become more appealing. You start to have more interest in living there. What is the role of nonprofit housing in that kind of geography?
Yes, and I want to just really appreciate everything that you're saying, Dee, because it's so critical and so applicable. 22 million people in this country are housing cost burdened, and that means they pay 30% or more of their income towards rent. Half of those pay more than 50% of their income towards rent. I mean, imagine if you were paying more than 50% of your income towards your rent. Doesn't leave you anything to pay for your healthcare costs, for any emergencies that might happen, or even to just take care of your family. And we really acutely saw that as a practitioner during COVID. And our families were making trade-offs that are just unacceptable. And it is an ecosystem that we need to look at. Housing is healthcare, housing is education. Every time a family with children have to move, the child loses 3 months, sets themselves back 3 months in their education. That is just unacceptable. It's workforce development. So we need to really create an ecosystem of these adjacent sectors. And we need to break through the silos that today exist in the funding mechanisms in the federal government and the state government. I've had heads of behavioral health, state behavioral health departments tell me, well, you're permanent supportive housing residents. They don't qualify. They're different than the residents we serve. And I'm like, no, they're exactly the same residents. You serve people that are unhoused. We serve people that are unhoused that have mental and physical disabilities. The funding stream should be integrated and be able to be used effectively. We also need to remove barriers, as you talked about. Income should not be residents should not be discriminated based on their income, and it's still happening way too much across the country. People are being discriminated because of criminal background histories or their credit histories even. There's been no research proven that credit is an indicator whether a person's going to pay their rent or not. And there's been too many times where I've had a family tell me, I'm not applying because I don't have good credit or I don't have credit. We need to remove those barriers and really try to understand what encourages people to pay their rent and what doesn't. There's been great pilots across the country that have done basic income or micro grants to residents. And they have proven, especially during the pandemic, that people and families know how to make the right decisions for themselves if we give them the funds and they do prioritize their housing. Now, granted, there are some that don't, and that's a social contract issue, as I describe it, and we have to manage that differently, but that doesn't mean we should be applying barriers to everyone else. We also need more rental assistance. I think we've all been asking for that. Housing choice vouchers, project-based vouchers. On the development side, the states can help by looking at their QAPs, create more opportunities, don't penalize us for density, help us build bigger units. 75 to 100 units is way more cost effective than the 40 units we're building today because we're restricted based on density or we're restricted based on the tax credit caps. Lift those caps so that we can build cost efficient buildings to build as well as to operate. EDOT funds should be used, build transit-oriented buildings, and partner with the Department of Transportation and have them bring in resources to encourage our residents to use public transportation. Co-locate with social services, childcare, healthcare facilities, career development opportunities, workforce programs. Zoning came up this morning as well. Local zoning stands in the way sometimes from getting buildings built quickly. Create housing accelerator funds. We all, as nonprofit developers, our goal is to get our buildings shovel ready. And then we have a gap and they sit for years and we carry those costs, which is tough for nonprofits to carry. So create a special fund that for those projects that are truly shovel ready can get funding to fill those gaps. You mentioned rents have increased. I mean, rents over the last 2 decades have increased 18%. The median income has only increased 4%. It's unsustainable. So those are the things that we need to address, and I think we can.
Thank you for those comments. You really nailed it. I think it's worth just stating it. What you described, I think, are the kinds of qualities that people are reaching for when we talk about, for example, social housing. You're doing that now. You're doing that through nonprofit-owned housing. So there are many models that exist today that are actually creating the kinds of communities that we most want to see possible. So we have existing policies to strengthen, as well as new ideas to formulate and move toward. I'm glad you brought up the dynamic of local zoning, and that's a hot topic today. So, I want to get into that a little bit. I read the op-ed in the New York Times by the senator and Senator Smith and Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. And I clicked through a few of the links, and it was really interesting. There's a community that was referred to in New York called Elecchester. It was a union-built community. I think it's in the Bronx, maybe it's Queens, of 38 buildings that were built in the 1950s, and the union pension fund paid for it. And it has been a union, it's been a co-op for all these years. And I just thought to myself, 38 buildings in one development. Who's doing that today? Nobody. Can't do that anymore. It's not allowed. It's not possible. And the affordable housing that we cherish, when you look around the country, most of it was built under much more permissive regimes. The market-based affordable housing was built under much more permissive regimes than we have today. And what is the future if you can't build a 38 building affordable community? What does it take to make that possible? And we heard about a community, someone from a member of Congress in Connecticut described their community where there's no possibility of building an apartment block. But what do you think and Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez said, it's a false narrative to say YIMBYism and affordability are in tension. They're aligned, because if you want to build affordable housing, you need to be able to build housing. And that's the problem. You can't build housing. Talk to us a little bit about your perspective on these issues from Enterprise.
Yeah, we need to build housing for all, and we need to build it everywhere. We try very hard to build housing in opportunity zones and opportunities areas, which is really difficult. And it tends to be the local zoning issues that get in the way. Let us build, give us the parking lots that people don't use today anymore. Let us build on those. Let us build ADUs. Let us build maybe smaller buildings that are effective. Let us build taller buildings to get the density we need. Maybe the senator from California will raise this, but in California, they passed SB 35 many, many years ago. And in the first few years, it did not, no one really used it because it was really overriding local zoning restrictions and giving developers the opportunities to fast track buildings. And then all of a sudden, when the homelessness crisis and the housing crisis became so big, the counties actually started going to developers, why don't you use SB 35 to get this project built much faster? And it built a lot of homes in the last few years. So there are ways and there are areas across the country that have implemented zoning, new zoning legislations that balances out the state and local zoning that I think we should look at and learn from, and be able to implement them more across the board.
Amen. I think we need more assertive state policymaking. I mean, that's just bottom line. You got to have that. We can't wait for the local governments. They're not going to solve the problem. Some might, but most won't. You've got to have assertive state and federal policymaking. Okay, shall we go? Would you like to add anything, Tom or Dee? We'll go to questions from the audience. All right. Great.
Yeah, my name's Eddie Eichis, and I started working at HUD in 1978, brought in to deal with an ownership issue that was before FHFA, to deal with the fact that the U.S. government, predecessor to HUD, created redlining, and was to force Fannie Mae to include in its secondary, it was only Fannie Mae at the time, in its secondary mortgage portfolio, 25% of its value in formerly redlined projects. And under Patricia Roberts Harris, we proposed this, and Fannie Mae out-lobbied us. And now, and defeated this proposed regulation. And now, of course, FHFA is a federal operation and controls Fannie Mae. And there's no reason why, at least on the ownership side, we couldn't do something like that. And the other thing that this is Carter administration, I was a political. The other thing we did was say we should fund, well, of course, we should fully fund Section 8. At that time, it was more project-based Section 8, but today it can be vouchers. And we don't even come close. If you want to have a right to housing, you really need to fully fund vouchers, which will give, because it doesn't matter what the rent is, you're not going to pay more than 30% of your income. And it's directed at low-income people. And with vouchers, God help us, people, instead of low-income housing credits, you'll see construction of affordable housing because because they know they've got a guarantee from those vouchers.
Yeah, I would say the challenge with the vouchers is that, and I don't know what the percent is, but they're not all 100% being utilized because for-profit landlords aren't accepting the vouchers. Many states have put those protections in place and they can't discriminate, but there's still a way around it because if the landlord wants to demand their market rent and it's higher than the voucher pays, and then they go to the tenant and say, well, now you have to pay the difference between what the housing authority is going to pay. And it's still not perfect. So we need legislation. And Enterprise has been really supporting this, that we need nationally, income needs to become a protected source so that landlords cannot deny those with vouchers to come live in their communities.
I would add that, I think vouchers are incredibly important, particularly in the short term as a bridge, as we do things like the Homes Act that actually build the supply of affordable, socioeconomically and racially integrated housing that we need, because that work will take a very, very long time, right? Like that building the amount of housing we need is a long-term project, and vouchers can be deployed more quickly. So that to me is a very critical role that they would play no matter what the long-term solution you favor is. But I would absolutely agree that source of income discrimination remains a really persistent problem, and banning it federally is an important step, but we're still going to be grappling with the problem of source of income discrimination, even if it's banned federally, because it's now banned in many, many states and localities across the country. And I can tell you from litigating these cases, source of income discrimination is still very common, even where it's illegal, like in my home state of Maryland.
That was fantastic. You know, there's so much brewing now about federal funding for housing. And as you said, let's keep in mind, we have proven solutions as well that aren't funded adequately. And if all of this momentum and excitement can lead to more funding for vouchers, but vouchers that are improved, that's a game changer. So let's keep our eyes on the ball, right? Have you had experience with source of income discrimination and other challenges that tenants have faced? And what are you hearing, Dee?
Yeah, during the pandemic, the emergency rental assistance came out, but it was a lot of landlords not accepting the rental assistance from the tenants and looking for ways to evict them and get them out of their homes. And so that left a lot of people, and especially in the city of Indianapolis, without a home. And we became like number 2 during the pandemic in evictions filings behind New York City. And so that's a huge area that needs to be addressed. And really, we need to crack down on discrimination.
Thank you for doing that work. Great. Do we have another question in the audience? I see.
Hi, how are you? Thanks very much. Really appreciate these perspectives in this discussion. I thought about an example of New York Public Housing Authority has entered an agreement around their construction and renovation projects so that they're going to be done union, but there's a responsibility for a certain percentage of that work to be done by apprentices that come from one of 2 or 3 pre-apprenticeship programs who specifically try to recruit from the housing itself, the public housing, the families of folks in public housing in the neighborhoods, as well as other underserved communities. So really creating an alignment between workforce development and pathways out of poverty with that public investment. So it made me wonder, have you had experience? Are there ways to have a conversation around aligning the tenant and the worker interests here? Because if we're going to get the needed legislation changed here, we're going to need a political constituency that's speaking with one voice.
I think that's what you're saying is really important. And I'm looking at the title of our session, Turning Houses into Homes. And that's really community and life and the well-being of our residents. It's a critical integration that we need to do better at. At Enterprise, we have done some of that. We offer career development programs in solar installation. And we partner with a vendor and they teach our residents, and then the residents go work for the vendor on our projects because we're doing a lot of clean energy installation. We've done some other tracks as well with them. In my past, I've done it even for maintenance and construction workers to be able to go through a training program and then come and work in our communities because we do want to help our residents improve their economic mobility. And we have just launched this week a needs assessment of our 24,000 residents because it's really important for us every few years to sit with our residents and really understand what their needs are. And that could be language translation, comes up a lot. It could be career development. It could be skill sets that they need to improve. Because turning our houses into homes is more than just building the home. It's really providing them the right wraparound services and the resources to help them build their wealth, their economic mobility, and create overall well-being for them. And that varies for every person that lives in our community. So it's really important for us to find out what that is and then focus our services around that. But more, I have been so eager to find more national platforms to really offer the workforce development opportunities to the trades, because there is such great opportunity for our residents to really thrive doing that.
I can add 2 quick thoughts. So first, from an organizing perspective, I would really lift up the work done by the affiliates of a group called Power Switch Action, which used to be called the Partnership for Working Families. So they have their affiliates generally are sort of community labor tables. So from the organizing from the ground up, you have tenants and union folks working together to advocate on a range of issues, but including for tenants' rights, including for social housing. So I think that's a really important and valuable model. And then the other piece is, you have Section 3, which HUD oversees, that has these, resident economic opportunity sort of guidelines and requirements for residents, both of the assisted housing itself and also for low-income residents in the neighborhood. And, it's just been sort of under-enforced and under-implemented over a very, very long period of time. So it's one thing you could say HUD needs to step up and do more to implement. But frankly, HUD also needs more resources and staffing to do that. HUD has never, the under-enforcement isn't necessarily totally a question of will, it's also a question of administrative capacity.
The question, great question. And for me, it's a reminder of what you can do when you have mission-oriented housing ownership. And you can have workforce strategies as part of the construction and then the ongoing lives of the residents. You can have childcare programs and after-school programs. You can have summer camps. Most adequately funded nonprofit and public housing agencies, I think, are seeking to provide for those kinds of solutions. And but you need to have adequate funding in order to do that. And so as we are pushing forward with new ideas, new momentum, and hopefully new funding, identifying what works and building that, and then inventing new concepts. One of the ideas that we're really proud of in Montgomery County that we were able to do is create a public-owned mixed income housing model where there's market rate units that help pay for the below market rate units, so that the building doesn't need as much federal subsidy, so that the federal subsidy dollars that are available can be used for even more housing. So some creative thinking about not only how to increase federal dollars, but how to create more housing without federal dollars, more affordable housing without federal dollars. There's just all kinds of possibilities when the political context has changed. And that's what we're seeing right now is the political context is changing. It's really exciting. Like suddenly things will be possible in the next couple of years, perhaps, that might not have been possible, a few years before. So, it'd be great to see our labor friends return to developing large housing again. Let's get some more 38 unit, LIUNA funded complexes going up. All right. Yes.
It's our final question for this session.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for your comments and thoughts on the issues. I'm Shamal Shepard from Georgetown Center on Poverty and Inequality. I was hoping that you all could speak a little bit to organizing demands towards the administration, specifically on the issues of holding landlords accountable for discrimination and price gouging, starting in the pandemic to the present. And yeah, just speak on that a little bit.
Dee, would you like to start or?
Okay. So I mentioned the sort of campaign in relation to FHFA a little bit earlier. That's been a main sort of site in that fight. But I think the one other sort of issue that's been in the news that's maybe worth mentioning briefly is the DOJ lawsuit, as well as actually lawsuits by state's attorney general and private attorneys against RealPage in relation to alleged algorithmic price fixing. So, I think we know that there's sort of two things happening simultaneously, trends that are really important. And one that's been talked about at length over the course of today is the sort of consolidation of ownership in the real estate industry. So, you do have a greater market share being held by a smaller number of folks, which obviously makes it easier for sort of essentially cartels to form and for that coordination around pricing to happen. And then you also have the technological advances in terms of, algorithms and machine learning and like, and when you have those two things come together, and also, a lack of regulatory capacity that's keeping up to the pace of change, you can see what we did, which is, big rent increases in the market writ large, but also rent increases being specifically driven by alleged collusive behavior. And, you know, I'm not an antitrust lawyer, I'm a civil rights lawyer, but it's clear that antitrust law has a critical role to play in creating a fairer marketplace for renters, and also to make sure that investments in supply, in affordable supply, in social housing, but also in market rate housing, that supply actually gets to folks, because you had landlords keeping units vacant when they knew that if they reduced the price, they could rent those units, and they were keeping them vacant because the algorithm was saying, long-term, you're going to make more money if you hold out for this higher price. And that ain't right.
And I would just add that, you know, as we continue to push forward the Tenant Bill of Rights, that's something we are looking to address is price gouging, because that's a problem across America. And one of the biggest issues with that is a lot of the funds and resources that is passed down through on the federal level is not getting to the people who's directly impacted the most, and they're being impacted the most. So we got to bridge that gap and create a better process, streamlined process of where resources and funding is allocated that is getting to the people that's impacted the most, and it's just not left sitting at a organization or political office or whatever that is. We've got to do better advocating and making sure these funds are getting to the people who really need it the most. And so that's my thoughts on that.
Thank you, Dee. All right. Well, thank you to our panel. Great comments. Great way to end the panel.
Hans, can I say one more thing?
Yes, if I can
And I
find
know
you.
we need to close.
Oh, you're okay. Yes.
I know we've talked a lot about, you know, we need to add more housing. And absolutely we do. There's a $7 million home shortage in this country of affordable housing. But we also need to preserve the housing stock we have. We need, it's a model. We need interim housing for those that are unhoused. We need permanent housing, probably a 2x over the interim housing to build and preserve. And we are losing housing stock today that was affordable. And then we need to provide the prevention and services to make sure we can keep people housed. There are too many families that are just on the edge of becoming unhoused because of the system and the issues we've talked about today. So we also need to make sure we set aside funds for preservation.
Amen. All right. Well, thank you so much to our audience and to the Center for American Progress for bringing us in today. Great discussion. Thank you to our panelists. And I will now welcome Daniela Gibbs-Leger to the stage. Okay, great.
Please join me again in thanking our wonderful panel for that conversation. Thank you. It is now my honor to introduce the leader of the state that is doing the work to build more affordable and accessible housing. Governor Jared Polis has been a champion for housing in Colorado. With him at the helm, Colorado has become a model for innovative approaches to housing affordability and development. Colorado has dramatically expanded access to safe, affordable housing for all demographics, from young families to seniors, to immigrants, to third-generation Coloradans. Governor Polis has signed legislation to build more apartments and near transit stations, and has also made it easier for residents to construct accessory dwelling units. He continues to push the envelope on solving the housing crisis. The governor regrets not being able to join us today, but he generously contributed some video remarks. Thank you.
Colorado Governor Jared Polis, and thank you to the Center for American Progress for putting this important event together and for elevating the important issue of housing. It's really top of mind for us in Colorado and in many states across the country. In Colorado, we're laser focused on making housing more affordable, sustainable, and livable now and in the future. And that means directly tackling the high cost of housing, something 95% of Coloradans of all party affiliations across all parts of the state agree is too high, and unlocking opportunity, stability, and prosperity for Coloradans for generations to come to really come out of that opportunity to own a home. We're coming off a historic legislative session where we really delivered some major progress on the promise of more housing now by cutting red tape, breaking down artificial barriers that prevent or delay housing from being built. Colorado is a great place to live, but the reason it costs so much is we have artificial constraints on the supply of housing. We're seeking to remove those. From giving the homeowners freedom to build an accessory dwelling unit on their property in nearly every city in our state, eliminating parking requirements above and beyond what the market needs, expanding housing near transit and jobs, an overlay of transit-oriented development covers many major areas of our metro area. We have multi-family zoning, legalizing several unrelated roommates living together across our state. There are actually cities that tried to ban that and did ban that for decades. We're really doing all this in tandem to create more housing supply that's inherently more affordable and fill gaps in our communities and help power the growth of our private sector. These steps are key pieces of the puzzle to remove the artificial barriers that have historically restricted housing supply and thrown supply and demand out of whack. They've especially restricted the most inherently affordable kinds of housing, which are often the hardest to build, whether it's condos, apartments, accessory dwelling units, quadplexes, et cetera. We are grateful that demand for housing is high, and that includes especially demand for the most affordable kinds of housing like ADUs that use space that's already built, utilities that already exist, allowing seniors age in place, young family members to have a place to live when they start their careers. What we don't want are unnecessary constraints that delay or add costs and prevent supply from meeting demand, driving up prices for everybody. By cutting red tape, easing zoning requirements, breaking down artificial barriers that historically existed to all kinds of housing, especially the most affordable kinds, we can really make progress for supply to meet demand and for housing to be built more quickly at a lower cost. Colorado proudly continues to lead the way when it comes to expanding access to housing that people can actually afford. There's a lot of work ahead, but we put the framework in place where we can build more housing now. And we know that this is a challenge that many places across the country face, and we can and we will make progress. It takes all of us moving forward together, and I want to thank CAP for elevating this important conversation with some great action items to take back to the states and great action that can help us at the federal level as well. Let's build more housing now.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so excited to lead this discussion. I've been told this is the victory lap. We're the panel where we have the people who have advanced policies and initiatives across their jurisdictions on the ground that have actually made an impact. I want to just start by introducing myself, and then I'll introduce our panelists and have an opportunity to get into the conversation today. I'm Chelsea Andrews. I'm the president of the Housing Opportunities Commission in Montgomery County. We're a few miles north here of DC. A pretty large terrain if you're not familiar, over 500 square miles. We have over 1 million residents, and quite frankly, a very diverse community. We're very proud of the work that we've been able to do. And as you've heard through today's discussion, we're all pushing different levers, right? We're trying to figure out how to advance additional housing supply. And you can do that in a number of ways, from zoning to financing to streamlining. And one of the ways that we've been successful in advancing and creating more supply in Montgomery County has been the financing lever, most recently with our Housing Production Fund. And through support from our council and our county, been able to create a fund that allows us to really amplify and create more housing. Just yesterday, we broke ground on a brand new development, took 96 public housing units and transformed it to over 463 new affordable homes that will come to us in the next 2 years or so. But it also has a lot of the elements that we've heard today. Climate change is an issue, of course, environmental sustainability. So it's the first net zero. I'm giving my little brag speech right up front in terms of what we're doing to advance the needle. And so what I want to do, first of all, we have a wonderful panel here. We have, to my right, California State Senator Scott Wiener. We have, to his right, Scott Goldbert, our Assistant Secretary of Policy in my great state, Maryland Department of Housing, Community Community Development. We also have Mayor Casey Franklin, who is the mayor of the city of Everett in Washington. And so we all have different perspectives, different levels of government that we're advancing policies. And as we all know, necessity is the mother of invention. And so each of you, you're on this panel because you've pushed the envelope. I'd love if you would just start by introducing yourself and share what lever you have pushed and what you're most proud of in terms of advancing policies and or initiatives to create more housing supply in your jurisdictions. And I will start with you, Senator.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you to CAP for having me today. I'm Scott Wiener. I have the honor of representing San Francisco and northern San Mateo County in the California State Senate. Until earlier this year, I served for a number of years as the chair of the Senate Housing Committee before I got sucked into being chair of the Budget Committee just in time for a $50 billion deficit. So that was extra interesting work. And I've done a lot of aggressive work around housing. And I first got into housing policy before I was an elected official, just seeing the extreme damage that our broken housing policy and our housing shortage have had on my own community in San Francisco, of people being pushed out, evicted, people losing their housing and having to choose between being homeless in San Francisco or leaving the city. And after years of experiencing that damage in my own community as a policymaker, I decided to do something about it. And there are so many issues to deal with, but at its heart, the crisis that we have on housing is about the supply of housing of all income levels, of all varieties. We have made it progressively harder and harder and harder and harder to build any form of housing because we prioritize everything over housing. Cars are more important than housing. Views are more important than housing. Everything is more important than housing. And so what we have been doing in the California legislature really over the last decade, and there's still plenty more work to do, but we've been planting the seeds, is number one, tackling zoning, which is the basic math issue of are you actually going to make it legal to build enough new homes? And we know that, and it was said earlier something about we should questioning whether there should be state involvement around zoning. There has to be state involvement around zoning because left to their own devices, not all cities, but many cities, including my own, will default to zoning for single family because that gets the least pushback. And so we have sometimes we've sort of been very specific, like you must allow ADUs. That's a big zoning change. You must allow duplexes or fourplexes in single family zone areas, and you must allow for a density bonus. When people go higher with affordability, they get more density, period. We have also taken the approach of telling cities we have an every 8-year cycle in California where you have to plan for housing over the next 8 years, where you get your numbers of market rate and below market rate that you're required to build. We significantly increased the numbers that the cities have to plan for. San Francisco went from 27,000 over an 8-year period to 82,000. Beverly Hills went from 3 to 3,000. And then said, we're not going to tell you where to zone for it, but you have to zone for it. And so cities could pick where they were going to zone for more density. And as long as it was consistent with fair housing, they could do that. So we've been able to change the zoning. And the second piece is the zoning by itself is not enough. Because if you zone for the housing, but then you make it take 7 or 10 years to get the housing approved, and maybe it gets chopped in half, the zoning isn't going to cut it by itself. And so we have been aggressively pushing what you might call process reform or streamlining or permitting reform. And my view, and I think we've been moving towards this, is that government at its best is when government sets the rules ahead of time. And if you meet all the rules, you get your permit. As opposed to the system we've had, which is we're going to tell you all these rules. And if you meet all the rules, you have now qualified to go into the Hunger Games or the mosh pit, the political mosh pit, and fight it out maybe you'll get it, maybe you won't get it, maybe you'll get half of what you wanted. And so we've been moving towards ministerial approval that if you meet all the rules, no discretionary approvals, no appeals, no lawsuits, no bogus environmental attacks on it. With the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, which is our equivalent of NEPA, you just get the permit. And it's already having good impacts, and we have a lot more to go, but those have been two of the big areas that we've tried to tackle.
Wonderful. So zoning and streamlining, those have been the levers you've been able to advance. Scott, tell us, well, introduce yourself and share with us what you have been able to move forward or your administration has been able to move forward in Maryland.
Great, and thanks so much for moderating and for your lead today. So Scott Gottbrad, Assistant Secretary for Policy at the Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development. I came to this space as an academic interested in poverty and homelessness, and then halfway through my academic journey, sort of realized that both my father and grandfather were homeless for large parts of their lives. And that really put some wind into the sails and turned a cause into a calling for me. And I've worked in this space for about 15 years now. Came over to State DHCD about a year ago, where I now lead the Division of Policy, Strategy, and Research, which we fancy ourselves a think tank inside the Department of Housing and Community Development. But it enables us to have the bench strength needed to track best practice models, to think through innovation, and to really get all the way in on some of the key barriers that are affecting the housing climate in the state of Maryland and nationwide. So Governor Moore passed this last session in 2024 a very ambitious housing package that included two key policy pieces of legislation that are relevant for today's discussion. The first, the Housing Expansion and Affordability Act, which allows density bonuses in areas where the state has a special or unique relationship, that is areas near transit, areas in land owned by nonprofits and former state-owned campuses. So if you have affordable housing as part of your project, you get a density bonus. And that legislation also allows for modular and manufactured housing in all areas zoned for single family throughout the state. I know it's been talked about a bit in these circles, but that modular manufactured housing has the potential to bring down housing construction costs, in the neighborhood of 30%, depending on the context. The second piece of legislation, so one was to address the long-term housing supply. The second piece of legislation, the Renters' Rights and Housing Stabilization Act, was really designed to help residents stay in their homes during this housing affordability crisis and this pricing peak. That piece of absolutely transformational legislation did four important things. The first, it creates the first state Office of Tenant and Landlord Affairs, which creates basically, it's currently set up as an information hub, but can make referrals to local code enforcement agencies and also a mechanism for redress for tenants that have code enforcement concerns. The second, Maryland had the highest eviction filing rate in the nation. Coming up to this legislative session. So we raised the filing fee from $15 to $50. And the goal is to create a deterrent effect and make it just, make it not so cheap to evict tenants. For example, in Baltimore City, annually, there was 150,000 eviction filings, but only 115,000 renter households in the city. That means there are more eviction filings per year than there were renter households. And that comes from serial filing again and again. And the logic is that it's so cheap to file an eviction that there's just a serial filing, eviction filing mill. And so sought to address that through this legislation. Third, we addressed the first and last month's security deposit loophole by making it so that landlords could only charge 1 month's rent to move into a unit, no other hidden fees. And then the fourth and final component of that legislation was the first of its kind right of tenant first offer and first refusal. So if you're a renter and your landlord is selling the house you rent in up to triplexes, then you have the opportunity to purchase the house that you live in. So combined, those renter protections, there are a few other elements of the bill. Those are kind of the four major ones, but combined, those significantly enhanced renter legislation for the first time in a generation in the state of Maryland. And that's thanks to the leadership of the Moore Miller administration.
Fantastic. Thank you. And then Madam Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for having me. It's an honor to be here. I'm Cassie Franklin, Mayor of Everett, Washington, and we are the largest city north of Seattle on I-5 in Washington State. We're best known for Boeing. We also have a Navy base. We are we're pretty much a small city, only 115,000 folks, but being so close to Seattle, we have big city challenges, and affordable housing is one of our #1 challenges. Prior to being mayor, I ran Cocoon House, an organization helping homeless and at-risk youth. And that's where I got my passion for housing. I saw how challenging it was to navigate these housing systems, to build housing. And so as mayor, we've been, and my administration has been working to change that in the city of Everett. We also have focused on streamlining permitting, development incentives, upzoning, multiple times upzoning, which is wildly popular, as you can imagine, in your community, as had been talked about in earlier panels. It is definitely takes political courage. And so one of the things I think I'm most proud of is that we've accomplished is really learning from our failures, learning where NIMBYs won and why they won, and what we have changed now to get projects across the finish line. For a long time, the city of Everett wasn't growing at the rate it needed to grow. I mean, we're still not growing at the rate we need to grow, but we are starting to see that shift because of the actions we've taken to increase density, increase middle housing throughout the city, and engage the community early and for a very long time to educate them on why this is important, why what this is going to bring for their neighborhood. These housing developments are actually going to benefit the residents that already live there. And that's been successful in getting projects across the finish line.
Fantastic. I'm going to transition to ask you each individual questions because you've just highlighted some of your success, but you obviously had to get there. And in many cases that involved really bringing together different stakeholders or maneuvering through various politics. And so I want to start with you, Senator Weiner, and talk about and give you an opportunity to share really your learnings in terms of how you were able to coalesce the support to have such bold movement in regards to the legislation that you've advanced.
Yeah, well, a disaster will have caused much harm, but also creates space to make change and sometimes opens up people's minds. And when you look at where the YIMBY movement was born, it was born in San Francisco. I remember because I was a new member of the Board of Supervisors, and a woman by the name of Sonia Traus started showing up at our meetings and talking about it's too hard to build housing. And it was just like this one person, and it sort of bloomed from there. And it started in San Francisco, the same reason why rent control started in places like San Francisco and Berkeley and Santa Monica, because housing, when it gets to the point where people are truly in crisis, that will trigger the creation of a movement. And so when I ran for the state Senate in 2016, I took a full-throated YIMBY pro-housing approach. I was running against someone who did not take that approach, and I won. It's close, but I won. Taking positions that probably 5 or 10 years earlier would have guaranteed that I would have lost. And I think that showed, and what we saw in the coming years when our mayor, who ran on a full-throated YIMBY platform, and others as well, is that the politics shifted. And I had people over the last 5, 6 years coming up to me who would be like an older couple homeowners who would say, you know what, we always hated your housing policy, but now our grandkid can't be raised in San Francisco. And so we understand why you're doing it, and we agree with you. When people start, or my kid has had 3 teachers in the past year because the teachers keep moving away. So I understand why you're doing it. And so that helped us build, I think, the grassroots support. But then we also really created a coalition that it just grows every year. So we have Habitat for Humanity and AARP and the UC Students Association, as well as some environmental groups, not enough. The environmental movement. There's a big swath of the environmental movement that has a massive blind spot around housing. You have environmental organizations that either don't want to get involved because it's too politically charged, or because there is still this attitude that anything you build is bad for the environment. But we have some environmental groups that have gotten involved, and we've worked very hard to try to build support among labor. And there have been some real conflicts there, but particularly the carpenters, the laborers, the operating engineers, SEIU, the School Employees Association. We have a growing cadre of unions that have really stepped up to be part of the coalition. So it's a really wonderful thing.
Fantastic. And, I think I was talking to you earlier, Scott, just about how in many instances, what can be polarizing in terms of advancing various legislation, you just talked about renters legislation and support. You can find yourself in a space and place where you find allies that you never even imagined. Share a little bit about your experience in that space and how the state has been able to leverage kind of new partnerships and new friends to advance a collective cause.
Sure. Yeah. So, we marshaled a very broad-based coalition in support of the governor's housing package this year. But many of them are the kind of the usual suspects who you'd expect to come out and support housing legislation, citing some of the most often cited statistics. But there are two places I wanted to kind of mention, or two characters that came out of the woodworks to support this legislation that I think really moved the needle in the conversation in a surprising way. Most people who are used to the statistics and used to the kind of the usual suspects coming up to testify already have sort of cognitive dissonance and ways that they're going to sort of write off those arguments in their mind. They've already responded to it in their brain. But it wasn't until these new figures emerged that I thought it really, jarred people loose from their mental comfort zone. So one of them was the sheriff of Baltimore, Sam Cogan, who came out to testify that the eviction process in Baltimore City forced him to have 20 deputies assigned to just going around and posting eviction notices and evicting families. That was twice the number of deputies that he has devoted to addressing domestic violence in Baltimore City, more than any other unit. And just speaking about the massive just waste of resources and human effort that they had to put into evicting households in a cash-strapped and poor city was just, it moved hearts and minds. It moved the needle. It changed the conversation. And people didn't realize, that the sheriffs weren't able to focus on addressing domestic violence effectively because they had to spend so much time evicting people. And that just really changed the conversation. Another unlikely ally was a YIMBY landlord, a small mom and pop landlord, I think in her 30s, and she and her husband rent the house they used to own. And she came out in support of the renters bill and said, I've heard the big landlords out here opposing this renters bill, and they mention how hard it is for mom and pop landlords to afford higher eviction fees. And she stood up and said, well, not in my name. I'm a mom and pop landlord, and this will not constrain our ability to save for retirement. This will not undermine our operations or make it harder to find good tenants. Don't use small landlords, to weaponize small landlords in the service of shutting down a renters protection bill. We support this piece of legislation. And that was the only small mom and pop landlord that came to testify. There was no one that lined up against it. And that was one of those unusual voices that you're not used to hearing, where you suddenly think about it and say, wow, that was, I've never thought about it that way, or that's where the rubber meets the road, and it was just a transformative conversation. Those YIMBY voices are just so important at breaking the gridlock. In our own neighborhood, there's a 6-story affordable housing unit going up. Ours is a largely single-family neighborhood. And when we got out and started talking to our neighbors about it, the initial posture tends to be NIMBY, right? They kind of have a built-in constituency because people don't like change. It's bananas, if you've heard that before. Build absolutely nothing anywhere near anything. Bananas. So that's kind of what the prevailing posture is. But it's not until we start saying, hey, that's being built right on that corner where there's the struggling bookstore, that struggling cafe that we love, the vacant gas station, and a liquor store. It's like a ghost town. Empty streets cause crime. Busy streets do not. So this big new student housing development is going to anchor that cafe. It's going to get eyes on that street. It's going to make that area safer. It's going to rise up the economy of the neighborhood and the safety of the neighborhood. No one else was saying that, and we moved the needle in the conversation in our own neighborhood. So just don't take for granted how important standing up and voicing a YIMBY perspective can be, because it changed the tone of the conversation and testimony, and it changed the tone of the conversation in our neighborhood.
And it sounds like what you were successful in doing, and I look forward to hearing Madam Mayor Franklin talk about this a little bit, is really just advancing the conversation, but advancing it in a way where everyone here is a win for them, right? And so, hey, advancing this actually helps support our department because now we can focus on crime in a meaningful way. Or advancing this actually helps create more economic opportunities or reduce crime or allow for additional opportunities because we all need affordable housing. And so, Madam Mayor, you're on the ground. You're obviously, in a position where you're having to bring together various perspectives. Tell a little bit about how do you approach this in your day-to-day to kind of get the alliance up front while you're trying to advance policy and various initiatives.
Sure. Well, as I said, we learned from our mistakes. We had a really fantastic project that was going to go into my neighborhood, was to house local families experiencing homelessness or soon to be experiencing homelessness, and the neighborhood blocked it. They were afraid of affordable housing, afraid of increasing density, even though these folks were already living in their neighborhood, and it failed, and it was a tragic fail. But through that, we learned kind of the mistakes that we made in not engaging the neighborhood early and not really listening to what the neighborhood's fears and desires were. So moving forward, we have a 16-acre site. It's a housing authority site. And it's all in a single family zone, kind of barrack style World War II housing. And now that is the plan was to upzone that and add 1,500 units of housing in a single family neighborhood. So you can guess that the neighbors were not excited at all. We were working for 2 years behind the scenes with the housing authority, creating plans and hearing over and over again that there's no way this is going to pass. Our council was saying this is not going to pass. Don't even bother bringing it forward. I brought in my second in command and had him begin to meet with the local Boys and Girls Club, every single neighborhood leader in that community. We met with the art organizations. We started to hear what the neighborhood wanted to see. They were afraid of density because they were afraid of what it might do. When actually, as you said, Scott, they should be afraid of vacant properties and vacant streets. And so by listening to the neighborhood and engaging them and having really long, difficult meetings that were honestly frustrating because I just want the housing, we were able to get one at a time these neighborhood leaders on board where they saw that this project was going to deliver a teen center. This project's going to deliver a coffee shop. This project's going to deliver long-awaited sidewalks that they've been wanting in and around their playgrounds and schools. It was going to deliver a new park. And by the time we brought this to council, again, this was a project that was going to fail. The council voted unanimously to support it, and the neighborhood leaders stood in front of the council and voiced adamant support for the project, which I have never seen for that level of density in a community.
Fantastic. And so we're talking about the need to develop more. We're talking about the need to get people on board. Let's talk a little bit about smart growth, right? Let's talk a little bit about how we can position ourselves so that everyone hears the win, but that we're also developing in a space and a place that allows for us to think about the environment, to think about transportation. I want to open this and allow for you all to chime in here and share a little bit about how you've approached smart growth and or how you intend to put forth some legislation, some policy and initiatives in that way. And I'll open. Who would like to start first?
Well, I'll just jump in. We've done multiple rezoning in our community and planning for the growth that our state is mandating and that we are welcoming, but also planning for light rail. Light rail is coming from Seattle into Everett, probably by 41, so a little ways out, but we're planning for that density now. And through the zoning changes that we've implemented, it's transit-oriented development. Any area that is near transit has been upzoned quite dramatically. We went from only allowing 10 stories to 25, and actually now we have no height requirement in certain areas of the city, which is terrifying for a community that's only 115,000 people. They can't yet envision that future, but that has been something that remains a priority. And now we're meeting with the communities that will be impacted by light rail stations, bringing them into the conversation early to protect the affordable housing that's already there. working with organizations like LISC, but then also doing what we can to create land trusts to ensure that we can grow and actually have ownership opportunities near those transit stations.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so I'm before I was a housing person, I was a public transportation advocate, and so I'm a massive. I do a lot of work to try to support transit, and I love transit-oriented development. We also need to be really, really clear that we don't have enough transit, tragically, in this country to say we're just going to build around transit. And so in the TOD conversation, we need to be clear that that can't be the only thing that's a focus for housing, because that will just ensure a continuing shortage. And what we have seen, the housing debates often go along the lines of, we can't build here for this reason. We can't build there for that reason. We can't build anywhere that there might be elevated wildfire risk, which in California means big swaths of the state. So where the hell are people supposed to live who live in those big swaths of the state? You can't build in the coastal zone, because we have the coastal zone in California, which in addition to protecting the actual natural resources, which I support, takes in big swaths of like downtown Santa Monica and downtown Santa Cruz and pieces of LA that are not about environmental protection, but becomes about NIMBYism. So you can't build in the wildfire areas, can't build in the coastal areas. We can't build in any area that has low-income communities, because we don't want to displace people, even though in all of our housing bills, we put strong anti-displacement, anti-demolition protections, and we need to, of course, always have strong renter laws. So you can't build here, you can't build here, you can't build here, you can't, and it ends up, it's like, well, where the heck can we build? And so we need to just make sure that, yes, there are some areas where we really want to go hard in terms of, or in very like super job-rich concentrated areas, and where if people are driving, at least they'll be driving shorter distances in transit-oriented areas, of course. But we have to also understand, like in a coastal area or in a wildfire area, how do we build in a safe and appropriate way? So yes, I agree with the insurance guy who was up here before, saying there are some areas that are probably such high risk that we don't want development there, and I agree with that. But there are a lot of areas in California that are mapped for wildfires, which are still big population centers. And so we need to figure out, how do we build in a safe way? And we have codes that govern that if you're in a certain risk area, you have to build, in terms of the materials you use and defensible space and ingress and egress. And so we have to find more ways to get to yes, and just stop with this starting out the conversation with, here are all the reasons why we can't build in 90% of the state.
Scott, anything to add?
Yes. So we love the concept of more housing near transit, denser housing near transit, affordable housing near transit. That's why the governor's Housing Expansion Affordability Act included density bonuses for affordable housing projects near transit. But I think the stakes are higher than that, than just more housing there. I think the opportunity is ripe. The time is nigh for a YIMBY movement that combines climate goals with transit goals with housing goals. Denser housing is more energy efficient. Housing near transit has, less transit impact on the environment, and young people are passionate about the environment. My 5-year-old is passionate about the earth. 12 to 18-year-olds, are concerned about climate change, and there's a lot of energy momentum around that. We can translate that momentum and capitalize on that momentum by pulling it into the housing space for a YIMBY movement that is climate friendly, pro-transit, and pro-housing. And that's where I think we can get a lot of energy that can move the needle in the conversations and get unlikely allies into the conversation and build an even broader coalition and capitalize on some of the excitement around the national election. I know this is a nonpartisan conversation, but I was on a YIMBYs for a presidential candidate call recently, which our own Governor Moore kicked off, and my boss, Secretary Day, was also on, and the energy was palpable in the room. And I can't count on one hand the number of times that people said transit, climate, and housing in the same sentence. There's excitement nationally about this, and we can translate that excitement to the local level to enact meaningful local change and state policy change. change. For example, we have an exciting new partnership with the Maryland Department of Transportation. We just signed an MOU with them. They have this, I think, transformative vision of turning a lot of their lights out. Someone probably leaning on a light switch, I'm guessing.
being
There we go.
environmentally
By
friendly.
anticipating problems before they happen, we can encourage smart housing growth. So an example is they're turning a lot of their surface parking into structured parking that frees up the land that's immediately adjacent to transit hubs for housing development. And so Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development has agreed to provide bonus points and special consideration for affordable housing projects that are in those joint development zones to supercharge some of those efforts to build housing along transit. Those are creative partnerships that weren't possible until now. The political math has changed. We're able to take positions that we weren't able to take 10 years ago. One of our allies, Greater Washington, released some polling right in the middle of our legislative session that showed that 49% of Marylanders said they would vote against their current elected official if they opposed pro-housing policies at the state level. I'm gonna repeat that. 49% of poll respondents said they would take their opinions on housing to the polls and punish their elected leaders if they voted against housing policies that sought to address housing supply and housing affordability issues, compared to 18% who actually liked that. But so 49 versus 18%. I mean, that affects the political math and the calculations of local elected officials in trying to determine whether to support a piece of legislation or not. And I think that building on that momentum is really the way to break some of the gridlock we've experienced for several years.
Fantastic. Let me just say this, and I think you just created a great point. We are really at an inflection point in terms of affordable housing and housing just being on the tips of everyone's tongue. Obviously, something we all care about, something that we know if we don't shift and change is going to impact us all and our children and even our parents and seniors. And so as we think about affordable housing, housing supply, all of the things that we need to do to really advance and support our communities, one of the things that really challenges us all is really, how do you talk about this in a simple way? How do you think about a way to advance this discussion that allows for us to get the buy-in? You all have highlighted that in your discussions in terms of, I've been able to focus in on zoning, or I've been able to get communities together. But are there any other key points that any of you all want to share that allows us to have this conversation in a clear, concise, and persuasive way that can get the support we need?
Well, I mean, I think that when people say housing crisis, we've said that for a long time, and it is a crisis, that can mean a lot. That's not clear to people what we're talking about, other than they say, yes, housing is too expensive. But when we talk about a housing shortage, people understand the idea of a shortage. When Kamala Harris talks about we need to get rid of some of the red tape that's making it too hard to build new homes, people understand what that means. And so I think we've been really, I think, doing a much better job talking about it in a plain English way that gets to the heart of the matter, that we make it too hard, that has created a shortage, and we need to end the shortage by building many, many, many new homes.
Great response there. Let me also shift our conversation a little bit as it pertains to who we're building for, right? So we've talked about the fact that we need more housing, that we need affordable housing. But when we think about the residents that we will house, we all know that the baby boom is going to bust here soon in terms of the demographic shift. How do we make sure that we're taking care of our golden seniors, that they're able to age in place, that we're building the right type of housing for our population here in the future? And I'll turn it over. I'd let Madam Mayor, if you want to answer this question.
Sure, I'll start and I'll hand it over to my colleagues up here. But, I think that I'm terrified of what happens as the baby boomers age. I'm currently a renter in my own city because I can't afford to buy housing in the city of Everett as the mayor. And so if somebody with my income and cannot afford housing, it's frightening with someone on a fixed income. I think that we have done some good work in getting ADUs legislation so that's throughout the city now. You can build an ADU. We're also doing lot splitting and multiple ADUs on a specific property. And so that allows those lots to be split, smaller lots, and then that ends up being a home ownership opportunity. I think those are important steps. In the state of Washington, we have a real problem with condo liability law. This passed in, I think, 89 or somewhere in there. And I think it was well-intentioned to protect owners from, bad construction. But the result was now almost no condos are being built unless they're really large complexes. And so in a community like Everett, we're not seeing any condos. And that's actually a very much missing middle a place where people that are aging would want to move into a condo. And so I think addressing things like that are going to be essential to ensuring baby boomers can maintain housing.
Wonderful. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, there are a lot of low-income senior renters who are long-term residents, and we absolutely need to make sure that we're stabilizing them in their homes. And when you see like an 80-year-old getting evicted, it's like there's fewer things that are going to break your heart more than that. And so, making sure that we are keeping folks stable in the housing they have. There are also a lot of seniors who are homeowners who have maybe larger homes than they need. California's we have a very special tax system in California. When I say special, I mean deeply broken on many, many levels. And one of those levels is we've created a huge incentive for people never to sell their home because that's the only way you can protect your property tax basis based on Prop 13, which is one of the things that inflicted our housing crisis on us, which capped property taxes and gave cities a massive incentive to favor commercial development over residential development. But that's a whole other topic for another day. And so there have been some changes to try to make it a little more palatable for folks who are older who don't need that 2,500 square foot home anymore to be able to sell and downsize, but there's probably more work to be done there. Also, in terms of, I think the fundamental solution to the housing shortage is to build a lot more homes. We do need more housing subsidies to subsidize housing. And we're never going to subsidize, well, I won't say never. In the foreseeable future, I don't see us subsidizing our way out of the housing crisis. It's just unless we're going to shift so much about the politics of this country. And I support that. I support social housing. I support all of that. But until we can hopefully one day get there, or we have that kind of massively robust level of housing subsidies and stability, there are certain populations who I think should get extra focus in terms of subsidized housing. One of those groups are low-income seniors because they are at such high risk.
Right. Wonderful point there. And bringing in subsidies is a key component to all of the different ways that we have to address this crisis. Scott?
Yeah, I mean, so you'd asked about messaging a bit earlier, and one messaging strategy that actually plays well compared to other messaging, just standard messaging about social justice of housing or affordability of housing. One of the messaging strategies that plays really well and is evidence-based is what's called nostalgia messaging, which is to say, when you talk about the need for affordable housing, talking about it in terms of how it used to be, that when we first moved into this neighborhood or when our parents lived in this neighborhood, you saw young families with strollers. You saw, people at diverse income levels being able to move into this neighborhood. And now we're creating a situation where we've created a pricing situation where our own children can't afford to move into this neighborhood, or where our own parents aren't able to sustain themselves in housing. And I'm a unfortunate member of what's increasingly being called the sandwich generation, which is where we can fully expect that my parents and my adult children will likely have to live with us because they can't afford housing costs, right? And that kind of messaging about don't we want communities that you remember when you were growing up where everyone could live together and young and old and rich and poor, we're all in the same neighborhood together in the same environment, sharing the same resources in the same schools and the same parks. We can have that moment again. In terms of senior housing, build our coalitions by traveling across the state and listening to the perspectives of local officials, local leaders, local citizens. And one of the things that we heard anecdotally in one jurisdiction was that there were 900 seniors on a wait list that were in that community for senior housing, meaning that there were 900 seniors in single family homes that wanted to move out and on into housing that met their needs, into rental housing for seniors, but they couldn't because there wasn't senior housing available. And if you think about the downstream implications of that, so senior housing is a housing crisis that affects the entire continuum of the housing spectrum, because if there was senior housing for those senior households to move on, then that frees up their single family homes. They're overhoused, right? They have additional square footage, entire floors of their house. My mother-in-law and father-in-law have 2 stories of their house they don't use, but there's no affordable housing in their footprint that they can move into. And if they had that opportunity, that would free up that housing. And it's the supply crisis of single family homes, even where there's not inventory, that creates these ridiculous bidding wars that end up with prices 25% above asking. And now the comps for the next 5 years in that neighborhood are going to have massively inflating housing prices, right? So senior housing is a key part of the entire spectrum of needs, which is why we need additional investments in affordable senior housing and multifamily senior housing, especially that has those kind of accessibility features that seniors need. So our state is conducting a new statewide housing needs assessment. Governor Moore talks about being, and I love this mantra, data-driven and heart-led. I love that mantra. And so we're creating a new state housing needs assessment that will drill down on senior housing and quantify how much it will cost to upgrade senior homes so they can be accessible, or build the housing that this generation of seniors will need so they can move on and up and out, and open up those single family units for new families.
Fantastic. I want to have an opportunity to hear from the audience. I know that there are some questions brewing, and so let's see if we have any hands up.
We're going to go first to an online question and then to questions in the room.
Thank you.
A question from our online audience. How have you seen, or how can permitting, zoning, land use reforms advance racial equity and environmental justice goals?
Great question. Who would like to take?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the history of single family zoning, I think this was brought up earlier in the day. It was created in Berkeley, California, and it was created immediately after the Supreme Court struck down racial zoning. And it was created as a way to try to keep Black people and poor people out of certain neighborhoods. That's why it was created. And today, I'm not saying that that's the intention. It's probably some people's intention, but I don't want to I think a lot of people just like the feel of a single family neighborhood. They don't want more people around, or more competition for parking, whatever the case may be. But single family zoning is having the effect of perpetuating segregation. Not in 100% of circumstances. There are some single family zoned areas that are more diverse, but it largely is having that impact. And so reforming zoning absolutely furthers fair housing integration. And the same is true of permitting. So the first bill that I introduced as a new senator in 2017 was a bill called Senate Bill 35 to streamline housing approvals. And we got a lot of pushback from folks who were like, this is going to fuel gentrification. Well, turns out that in San Francisco, that law, once we passed it, overwhelmingly was being used by affordable housing builders. And in San Francisco alone, in the first few years, it led to like more than 3,000 new below market rate homes. And so when we went to renew it last year with a new bill, SB 423, to renew it and expand it, our strongest champions in that bill were people who built below market rate affordable housing. Because affordable housing, in terms of permitting fights, affordable housing gets caught up in some of the harshest permitting fights because people don't want, quote unquote, those kind of people in my neighborhood. And so for affordable housing builders, not having to go through a hyper politicized process was a huge boon. And that's why they supported it so strongly.
And so I do want to be mindful of time here. Wonderful responses, obviously systemic challenges that this nation has had over many years is one of the key ways to address that is getting straight to the heart of the zoning challenges, as well as making sure that there are no hiccups along the way for people and developers to move forward with affordable housing. I want to afford an opportunity for anyone in the audience to ask a question as we wind down, and the mic will come to you shortly.
Hi, Kaya from the UC Center in DC. So I used to live in a housing cooperative, and I heard talk about co-ops early today. What role do you envision alternative modes of ownership to have in addressing the housing crisis in your constituencies, if at all?
Right, and I think any one of you all could take this, but I think we've said we need it all. We need
need
it
it
all
all.
fast.
Exactly.
But yes, any additional thoughts on that response?
Yeah, no, I think I support those in our community, anything we can do. And I think that whatever tools that are available, we're trying to put those in our toolbox because we need so much housing at all price points. And right now, we do not have enough tools like that can increase home ownership and alternative forms of home ownership in our community. So.
And that goes directly to the equity question that was raised earlier as well, right?
But yeah, so the Moore Miller administration doesn't have a piece of legislation that's pertaining to co-ops, but I will say that we need to turn up every dial in order to address the housing crisis. I don't think that owning a single family detached home should be the only pathway to wealth building, right? And by the way, the views of Scott Gottfried do not necessarily reflect the views of the state of Maryland and the governor and the state secretary of housing. But yeah, so limited equity co-ops, community land trust. These are innovative small ways that folks can start to gain equity and build wealth and intergenerational wealth without necessarily having to only own a detached single family home. There's got to be other pathways and opportunities and innovations. And I think that's sort of where the innovative edge, the leading edge is of a lot of housing conversations about wealth and home ownership, because detached single family homes are just, the price point is going to be unaffordable. And so for new generations of homeowners, especially for BIPOC homeowners, those kinds of pathways are the sort of things that we need to start exploring and thinking through and getting creative about. And there's a lot of other models across the country that we're looking to evaluate whether they're a fit for Maryland and how it might make sense for us to encourage here.
Great. We have time for one more question.
Thanks. I'm Brian. I'm on the health policy team here at CAP. I was born and spent my young life in Senator Wiener's district, but now my whole family lives in Collin County, Texas. For many of the last 10 years, they have lived in the fastest growing city in the country, Frisco, Texas. I don't often look to Texas for good examples, but in this case, I want to hear from you what good examples there are from other states that are different, especially politically. These are all fairly liberal states represented up here. What can you learn from other states who are building a lot and not suffering from the same kind of housing crisis that places like Washington, California, and Maryland are?
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing about housing policy, and I've learned this in the legislature, is it's not partisan. And despite Donald Trump's best efforts to say crazy things about, you're killing the suburbs or whatever, some of the racist stuff that he puts out about housing in general, I have found in our legislature that some of my, it's really split down the middle. There are Democrats and Republicans who are incredibly pro-housing and terrible on housing. And we've also seen it in other states. We have, California's done good work. Obviously, Maryland has. There are other blue states that have. We've also seen Montana has done some really solid pro-housing work. And in Texas, it's interesting. In Texas, there are a lot. I'm not going to get into all the issues with like not having a lot of public services or whatever. But Texas, and we've seen like in a place like Houston, where people build their there are very few zoning impediments, and people build a lot of housing. And Houston is much more affordable. It's incredibly diverse, like incredibly diverse in a really beautiful way. And in California, where we've not built housing and made it really hard and expensive, we're losing our diversity. And the Black population in San Francisco has gone from 15% to 5%. In Oakland, which, you know, has been such an epicenter of Black community and Black middle class, it's also collapsing. And we're seeing this in LA too. I have colleagues who represent historically Black Assembly and Senate districts in LA that are now, those seats are going to, you know, not be represented at some point, not be represented by African American representatives anymore. And so, you know, so we have to take off of our partisan blinders and be willing to look to other states as well, because there are good examples.
Yeah, you know, so we're constantly looking at what other states have done, because no one wants to be the first one to go. And so when like Oregon makes single family zoning illegal, right? Everyone's kind of like, everyone's like, whoa, we don't, you know, that's crazy talk, but let's watch and see how their housing prices do in the next couple of years and see, you know, because they're leading the way. They've put the options on the table, and now people around the state can discuss those options and decide whether it's a good fit for our state and how it's going to play. And so we're constantly looking at other states, even bills that don't pass necessarily, especially those, because we can learn from the efforts that they went through, the coalition they built, the opposition that they saw, and if they were successful, we can try to replicate, you know, what their successes were. I'll say that one thing that we've learned from other states more than anything else is looking at their processes. So we looked very closely at Montana and also Maine, and their approach to getting very progressive housing policies advanced was to create a broad-based statewide table around which to vet these ideas, find common ground, figure out what people can live with, and where the kind of third rails were, and then assemble a coalition around that and move forward based, you know, with an already existing broad-based coalition of support that it was clear from the outset what would be passable and not. And so we're not just looking at the policy outcomes that other states have passed, but how they went about doing it. And I think that's one of the key things to look at on the national landscape.
Thank you.
And I'll just add, mayors aren't partisan. I'm a Democrat, but it's a nonpartisan seat. And the challenges that we have to solve, boots on the ground in our local communities, are unsolvable challenges, whether it's affordable housing or the fentanyl crisis or violent crime. And it always requires a bipartisan coalition. And so I'm constantly looking to my red mayors and my blue mayors and mayors in other states to see what innovative solutions they have to these seemingly unsolvable problems and implementing them locally.
Can I just add one last thing?
Sure. And I think right after that, we'll wrap up.
Great. One thing, this is just a big picture. There are certain policy areas where you can do things and have immediate benefits, like you increase the, you know, the child tax credit, and within months, you're going to lift a whole bunch of kids out of poverty. You expand, you know, SNAP food benefits, you're going to reduce food insecurity pretty quickly. Housing, unfortunately, is not one of those areas. There are some things you can do, like renter protections, that have an immediate impact. But in terms of housing supply issues, it can take, housing is just not fast. Building is not fast. But when you, like when we made our in-law unit, our accessory dwelling unit laws more robust, at first it was really slow and not much was happening. And then we closed loopholes. And then all of a sudden, years later, it just exploded. And so you're planting seeds for the future, but it makes the politics hard because people are going to be like, hey, you passed these laws and housing is still expensive now. And as a politician, you're left to say, trust me, it's about the future, but it is about the future.
Fantastic. Thank you all. You've been able to be really insightful for everyone. And of course, an inspiration. Continue to do the great work. Thank you for this opportunity to spend time with you all. Thank you.
Welcome to the stage, Patrick Gaspard, President and CEO of the Center for American Progress.
Well, good afternoon. It's been a great, fruitful, powerful day, starting with the first panel with Senator Smith and Representative Ocasio-Cortez, right through the discussion that you just participated in. We really appreciate the interventions in the room, the interventions from the 1,000 viewers online. Your questions have been probing, powerful, and compel us to dig in and work so much harder to see these policies through. So thank you so very much for your leadership. So we're at the end of the day, and we're going to close things out with somebody who's just one of my favorite public servants who has some meaningful deep ties to this room and to this building. You all know, of course, that yesterday the Federal Reserve lowered interest rates by 0.5 point, the first cut in more than 4 years. This rate cut is a testament to the fantastic work of this administration to tame inflation, and it's going to have major positive implications for Americans who are looking to buy homes, which is what we're talking about today. One of the leaders in the administration, somebody who's helped to get us to this moment, is an extraordinary alumni of the Center for American Progress, Rohit Chopra, the director of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. We're going to have him come up to offer some closing remarks. Director Chopra was, of course, appointed by President Biden to serve as the leader of the CFPB in 2021. Before that, he served as an FTC commissioner for several years. And before that, famously, he was in this building as a senior fellow, where he worked on many issues, but most especially on student debt and what we had to do to relieve the burden, that cost burden on the next generation of our leaders. Director Chopra, of course, also has worked on CFPB's top student as CFPB's top student loan regulator from its inception from 2010 until 2015. Since the director took the reins in 2021, CFPB has strengthened oversight of mortgage services, introduced rules to prevent homeowners from foreclosures, and gone after unfair rental practices. Under his leadership, the agency has secured more than $1.5 billion in relief for harmed consumers. That's pretty darn serious, right? So he's not just talking the talk, he's walking the walk inside of the agency. And when you engage with him, when you partner with him, you realize that he's one of those folks who has a kind of all of government approach, all of agency approach. He's not just bunkered down in his own silo, but he's using his creativity and, yes, his courage, which has been one of the words of the day, his creativity and his courage to make sure that we're doing all that we can to extend protections to consumers across the board. He also happens to be a happy warrior in this work, and we need more of that. So with that, I'd love to invite the director to come and join us for a closing statement.
Well, thank you, Patrick, and thanks to all of you for being here. It's really good that we are constantly focused on the issue of housing. You know, often we think about what is a home. Home is not just a physical structure that we live in. It is our spiritual place where we are supposed to be nurtured to reach our highest potential. And of course, as you know, it is also one of the biggest drivers of wealth creation and intergenerational wealth creation in our country. And of course, the CFPB was created because of a massive mortgage crisis where regulators sat on the sidelines and watched as trillions of dollars of wealth disappeared. And I will share with you that half of all Black wealth went away because of that mortgage crisis, widening gaps that we have not seen since the passage of the Fair Housing Act. So thank you again. For far too many Americans, rent is far too high. Student debt has been a damper on accumulating a down payment. Home ownership feels so out of reach. And I know our speakers today, especially at the state and local level, have rightly focused on ways to build more supply, make rent more affordable, and offer a path to homeownership. But today, I'm actually going to focus a little bit more on a different set of Americans, the existing homeowners. We often think of them as lucky, but they too are facing some real issues. Tens of millions of people with mortgages. So first, I want to discuss yesterday's decision by the Federal Reserve to reduce the target federal funds rate and how it will affect those homeowners. And second, I want to discuss what the CFPB is doing to make sure that millions of families can take advantage of lower rates by refinancing their mortgage. And I want to close by discussing a serious looming risk related to climate change that's affecting existing homeowners with mortgage, and that is the mass cancellations and rate hikes when it comes to homeowners insurance. The CFPB is the mortgage industry's primary regulator when it comes to fair treatment and honest dealing with families. So when it comes to housing and homeownership, we are constantly thinking about mortgages. We were established within the Federal Reserve System after that subprime mortgage crisis, and we want to never let that happen again. So yesterday, the Federal Reserve's FOMC voted to cut the target Fed funds rate by 50 basis points. This cut is the first cut after a series of rapid rate hikes from the Fed starting in 2022. Now remember, the Fed is essentially a price-setting agency that influences the cost of borrowing money throughout the economy. So these rate hikes had a huge impact on housing. Within the housing and mortgage industries, there was real debate about whether high interest rates were actually contributing to higher shelter costs rather than reducing them. By increasing the cost of funds, this reduced the amount of financing available to developers and builders to construct more units. But what was more conclusive was the enormous impact on fixed rate mortgages. Since bottoming out in 2021, in January of 21, at 2.65%, mortgage rates rose over 5 percentage points, peaking at 7.8% in October of last year, a level not seen since 2000. So a mortgage payment on a $400,000 loan is $877 higher compared to January 2021. That's on a monthly basis. These historically high rates have significantly decreased housing affordability, and it means that millions of people who bought homes in recent years feel locked in high rates. With markets expecting even further lower rates, the question now is whether the benefit of those lower rates will alleviate the high monthly costs of mortgages, especially to the millions who just bought their home. So if we can collectively refinance millions of mortgages in neighborhoods across the country, it will be a huge boost for families and their local economies. And during the pandemic, mortgage rates fell dramatically as the economy shrunk. So many families bought a home and were able to lock in rates below 3%. And unsurprisingly, the mortgage industry generated massive volumes of refinancing savings for homeowners. And for many of them, it made a huge difference. Researchers at the Boston Fed found that the total consumer savings for mortgage refinancing just from January to October of 2020 was $5.3 billion for them annually, with the typical household saving $280 a month. And that adds up to thousands of dollars per year. With lower rates on the horizon, we see a path for significant savings for millions holding a mortgage with an interest rate above 5%, and especially positive for the 7 million families with rates over 6%. Our analysis suggests that about 2.5 million borrowers could refinance at today's rates and see their interest rates decrease by at least 0.75%. And if rates fell another point to 5.5%, more than 7 million could benefit. Further reductions would increase things even more. But I'm really concerned that many homeowners will not benefit from lower rates. And according to some analyses in past refinancing cycles, minority homeowners were left out and left behind, even when considering differences in income, home equity, and credit profiles. We've heard this before. Our country has a history of redlining, and it is a major component of some of the wealth gap we see today. Now, we know that the incentives in the market tend to favor refinancing mortgages in affluent neighborhoods because many people will make more money from that. But consider that while millions of homeowners locked in those low rates in 2020 and 2021, millions more did not, either by choice or by circumstance. For some, that missed opportunity represents thousands and thousands of dollars. So ensuring that everyone can be a part of this is a critical step. So to prepare for this downward shift in interest rates, we've launched a whole lot of work to find ways to make sure that this can be equitably distributed. Specifically, I'm exploring whether to amend existing mortgage rules to streamline the refinancing process and to reduce junk fees and closing costs in ways that will help so many middle-class borrowers. When an existing or competing lender is seeking to refinance a loan with a much lower rate for a substantially similar mortgage, it may not be worthwhile for the lender to repeat many of the steps that were taking place during the purchase process. We're especially interested in the costs and the time taken to refinance a mortgage that are exclusively related to the existing rules. We'll also be looking for ways to jumpstart competition for various closing costs, which can help spur even more activity. And lowering closing costs lowers the barrier to entry for refinancing and makes it appealing for more and more people, especially those who are low and moderate income homeowners. And many of these individuals are older families, and we need to make sure that they don't feel they have to sell their home just to stay in their neighborhood. But with rate reductions will help homeowners, there's a looming crisis related to climate facing many people throughout the country, and that's cancellation and steep premium increases on homeowners insurance. Homeowners insurance protects against losses from a wide range of calamities like fires, though it doesn't typically cover things like earthquakes and floods. Most importantly, mortgage lenders demand that you have a valid homeowners insurance policy if you want to buy a home with a mortgage. Climate change, natural disasters, and severe weather have led many property insurers to significantly increase the premiums they charge or their declining offers to renew altogether. Now, this trend started in California, in Florida, Louisiana, but it's spreading. Several small insurers in Florida have gone belly up. This pullback by insurers is driven in part by rising reinsurance costs. That is, the costs insurers pay to others in the global markets to reduce some of their risk. The CFPB is seeing rate increases of 30 to 60% in many parts of the country. Now, we regulate the process by which mortgage servicers are allowed to forcibly enroll a homeowner into expensive insurance. And while this provides some protection, it doesn't address the spiraling costs of homeowners insurance and its long-term effects on housing and our economy. I had the chance to go to Pensacola, Biloxi, New Orleans, and around the Gulf to hear directly from people about all the negative effects this is already having there. Many homeowners are seeing their mortgage payments surge, since insurance payments are often made through mortgage servicing companies, and this is putting more homeowners at risk of foreclosure. In addition, and this one really gets me. Middle-class neighborhoods, historically, neighborhoods that have historically been with high populations of minorities, first-time homeowners, immigrants. We are seeing how those neighborhoods, owner-occupied homes, are being snatched up by investors. And that's because the challenges with homeowners insurance means that first-time home buyer or that home buyer in the community can't buy it because of the challenges with mortgages. So guess what? Those homes get sold to deep-pocketed investors and to private equity funds that are going to operate very differently and is going to be a serious issue for those neighborhoods. And look, there's been efforts to improve the resilience of homes to defend against damage from climate events, but we urgently need to identify more solutions to the looming homeowners insurance crisis. And as more homeowners are thrown off private plans and move to limited plans offered in many states, individual state budget capacities could be pushed to the limit. And I think this problem is going to require a lot of involvement from financial regulators, housing policymakers, fiscal authorities at the state level, federal level, and all of you. A comprehensive approach could include policies to lengthen the term of homeowners policies to avoid the damaging bank run-like dynamics of the annual renewal process. Ensure that insurance companies are stable and resilient, provide a framework to meet the needs of homeowners in areas that are seen as uninhabitable, and maybe even a federal insurance or reinsurance program that addresses the obvious market failures at play. We have seen the National Flood Insurance Program, the Terrorism Risk Insurance Program, the Crop Insurance Program, and others provide both positive and cautionary lessons in thinking through a state and federal solution to this impending catastrophe. So in the meantime, the CFPB has proposed rules to make the process for homeowners to modify their mortgages when they face distress easier. I don't know if all of you remember the physical signs of a foreclosure epidemic. You could see neighborhoods that were boarded up. You could see people's personal belongings being shoved to the street. And it was one of the most pernicious and harmful effects. And the root of it was not just Wall Street greed, it was also public policy. So we need to never let something like that happen again. And I will tell you, the evidence of the harms continues to haunt people. We know that the elementary school kids who were in those homes suffered from sleeplessness and anxiety, third graders, fourth graders. We cannot allow homes to be a source of harm. It must be a source of respite and support for people. So under our proposed rules, servicers would have to focus on helping borrowers instead of being fixated on foreclosure. This means servicers would have to stop dual tracking people, meaning starting foreclosure and starting the process to help them. We would limit the fees they would charge borrowers while they review options to get people in a modified loan. The proposal would also remove paperwork and other requirements so servicers have more flexibility to help borrowers quickly. And finally, the rules would also improve borrower communication, including requirements that let borrowers get information in a language they understand and more tailored to their situation. So we are seeing, as Patrick mentioned, a whole of government effort to deal with housing. Some of you may not think that issues like homeowners insurance and mortgage servicers, that might only feel like small pieces. but we have to go through the small pieces, the big pieces, the gigantic pieces to solve what I think is a very pressing issue for so many people's pocketbooks and their own well-being. So while lower interest rates may help bring down some housing costs, the effects of yesterday's rate cut may take time for families who are in crisis now. So our actions when it comes to mortgage servicers and what we're doing on rental fees and more is helping consumers now. And our work has already wiped away tens of billions of dollars in junk fees that are affecting households in every community across the country. So it is critical that the CFPB can continue its work and not to be defunded by those who seek to dictate the work of the agency in favor of those who have power already. So we are working hard. We need all of you to work hard. And remember that a home is not just some sort of ordinary investment. If we cannot safeguard safe and affordable housing for our people, then we are fundamentally failing as a society. So thank you all so much for all the thinking and leadership. And thank you so much to Patrick and the team at the Center for American Progress for bringing us together today.
Thank you so much, Director Chopra, for those remarks and for all of the work that you do at the CFPB. I want to thank you, those of you who are in the room and those of you who are online, for joining us today for this really important conversation around housing. If you want to learn more about the work that we're doing at CAP, please visit our website at www.americanprogress.org. Thank you all and have a good afternoon.